Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice coffee break and a very restful evening. We are going to start our first session of today. It will elaborate on electronic certificate and its impact on certification. So for those joining us online, we kindly ask you to share again your questions on the chat, and we'll do our best to select the best ones and share it with our moderator. So our moderator today is Mrs. Nicola Hinder, CCFIC's Chair and Acting Deputy Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries of Australia. For the speakers in person, I kindly ask you that while the video will be playing, to not use the microphones, otherwise the system might bug. So, Mrs. Hinder, the floor is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, colleagues, wherever you may be, those in the room, and of course, those that are joining us virtually. As Vince kindly introduced, my name is Nicola Hinder. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary for Agriculture Trade in the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. And along with colleagues at UNIDO and also STDF, we're the proud co-sponsors of today's forum, and in fact, yesterday's and indeed tomorrow's as well. So welcome. This session is really exciting. I am stepping in for one of my colleagues, Matthew Moore, who's the Australian e-Certification Lead. Unfortunately, Matthew's unable to join us now in Vienna, but I'd like to give him some recognition as well, because for the Australian government, he's certainly leading the push for where we are with e-certification. Our session today really aims at exploring how to progress an electronic exchange of certificates and some of the considerations and changes that form part of the transition to paperless. The electronic exchange of health certificates does provide multiple benefits, far from reducing control period through risks related to confiscation of goods all the way through to food fraud. These are issues which are very near and dear to the heart of Codex, and indeed near and dear to the heart of the Codex Committee on Inspection and Export Certification Systems, CCFIX, which I have the great honour of chairing. Introducing our panellists today, we've got quite possibly the best group together to talk about e-certification. I'd like to introduce them one by one. We have Mr. Eric Bosco. Eric works in The Hague as a Senior Policy Officer at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Agriculture and Innovation in the Animal Supply Chain and Animal Welfare Development. During Eric's career, he has worn many hats and achieved a lot of wonderful things for the world of eCert. Eric is the Netherlands Head of Delegation in the Codex Committee on CCFIX, and Eric, along with Matthew from Australia, co-chaired the development through to successful implementation in Codex last year of the world's first fully wrapped up guidance, I think, on the electronic certification. He's a good fellow. On to Sarah Khan, of course, and Sarah is a veterinarian and a former director of international trade at the World Organization for Animal Health. And since 2017, Sarah has been employed within the state government of Western Australia, so she's an Australian colleague. She's currently working on emergency animal disease preparedness. And in 2021, Sarah prepared a report for the OECD on electronic sanitary certification, which provides insights of relevance to our forum today. Heading on then to Craig Fredchuk. Craig is currently the Senior Advisor to the International Plant Protection Convention Secretariat, a semi-independent body housed in the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization. In addition, he's also the director of the IPPC ePhyto solution, a successful effort to digitize the exchange of phytosanitary certificates. And before this, he was the acting IPP secretary and coordinator. Like many of the people on the panel, Craig's had a very colourful and successful career, ranging from the USDA through to the Executive Office of the President of the Office of the United States Trade Representative, Codex's Office in USDA Food Safety and Inspection Service. So welcome, Craig. I'm really looking forward to hearing your insights as well today. Turning then to Dr. Vidal Melo. Vidal is a doctor and holds a master's degree in the Internet of Things from the University of Sao Paulo in USP. Vidal currently works as the Innovation Projects Coordinator at the Institute of Software and Services Technology, has an interest in the open and integrated approaches to automation and control processes, has coordinated key projects such as electronic invoicing for retailers based on the Internet of Things, IT interoperability for track and trace medicine, cyber physical systems to risk analysis imports and exports, and veterinary electronic certification for the Minister for Agriculture. And that's just to name a few. So again, another valued member of our panel. Finally, Gabor Molnar, who's a project officer in the Food Security and Food System Unit here at UNIDO, where he formulates and implements food safety capability investments all around the world. Gabor is a doctor in food science from the University of Laval in Quebec, and one of the organisers and also the wonderful brain behind the idea of bringing this together and an international gathering on data. So welcome, colleagues, and welcome, of course, to all of our panelists. I'm going to be quiet, apart from moderating the session and coming up with some questions today. If I could just pass over to Eric, and I'll get Eric to lead us off. Eric, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicola, and good morning to all of you here, and good day to all of our virtual participants. To be honest, I had expected some real question, but I will. This is not. I will just phrase a little bit what I had thought to bring to you, and that was what initiated the Codex work, because that was really as Nicola told, I started in 2014 as head of delegation in the Netherlands, and one of the things I wanted to do within CCFIX was to discuss how to work paperless with electronic certificates. Because my experience with a bilateral project we had with China and the Netherlands, I found out that making the technical connection was not the most challenging part. What was the most challenging part in our project was how to work paperless with an electronic certificate, because the technical part, when you use international standards on both sides, this is not so exciting. But how to change your procedures and how the communication is changing when you really want to work paperless, and not when you don't want to use the electronic file to check the paper file, that the paper file is still good. That's what paperless work means. And we had, of course, our experience, but our experience is only of one country. And it could become maybe a European experience as well. But it should become a worldwide experience, and people worldwide should think with the Netherlands how to bring this further in an international, in a multilateral setting. So this was the reason to bring this up in CCFIX. And not only the Netherlands is of course an exporting country. Very much we issue a lot of certificates. But in my cooperation with China, I learned you could also start with the importing part. So it doesn't necessarily have to be the exporting country who decides with whom to share. No, it could also be the importing country say, hey, and this was how our cooperation with China started, that the importing China invited us to cooperate with them to exchange electronic messages. So the initiative came from China to work together with the Netherlands, and both sides learned. We learned how to issue export certificates, and China learned how to import, how to use it in import. Well, so, and I wanted to share this experience with other people in the world, and not only being European, but all over the world. So, and then I started with a conference room document. This was allowed, and after some discussion, we had a session in Mexico where I organized a session with UNCFACT, with WTO. IPPC also contributed to this session, and we shared some country experience over there. And there it was decided that we should revise the guidance the guidance for the certificate. And what are the essential things in this guidance? I think what is the most important thing to realize is that, and that paperless is not equivalent to electronic. You need electronic certification to work paperless, but it's not similar. And paperless certification influences the roles and responsibilities of the actors. So this is very generic, there is a very generic description in the guidance how to do this. But there is also a more technical annex to the guidance. And in this, we have some more detailed considerations, especially on the transition and on the implementation. And how and what considerations to take. Because if you want to exchange certificates, this is not only an international decision, it's also a national decision. But an international body should have the right scope. So the codex scope is about the international part and not about the national part. But the national considerations are really important where to start. So this is what we try to raise awareness in the codex guidance. And what is very important for standard setting is that it's technology agnostic and sector agnostic. So it's a solid piece of work. And I think we achieved this. There are some technical tools, or there is a technical tool in the annex. And that's the codex reference data model. This is the template which was in the guidance, but we published an electronic version of this. And this facilitates other standard setting bodies who are involved in standard setting to data exchanges like UNCFACT. This, and also WCO, because WCO is also a standard setting organization. And this codex reference data model assists countries to further data model this with using UNCFACT methodology. And this is using the electronic SPS certificate. But it also enables the WCO methodology, because the WCO has the WCO is the World Customs Organization, has a data model, and in this data model there is a codex-derived information package. So also WCO methodology assists countries to start up these exchanges. So what is the codex guidance about? It's assisting countries in their efforts to participate in electronic certification and paperless, and especially paperless certification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we pass on to Sarah, and I ask the questions of Sarah, I do have a quick one for you, which was when we finally landed the approval in CCFix to be able to take our guidance onto the Codex Commission meeting last year in September. There was incredible celebration at the Australian end because of how much work, engagement, multilateral cooperation with all of the members of the electronic working group to be able to bring that standard over the line. Can you tell me how it actually felt from your perspective, though, after leading that work, and how long was it for?
Well, the codex work was for about 7 years, so it was really long. But it was a virtual meeting. And I was sitting there at 3 o'clock in the morning, alone in my office at home. So this was, and okay, luckily I could celebrate it together with, of course, I got congratulations from my European partners from the UK, and this was really great, and from a lot of other, but you know, I was very sorry that I couldn't celebrate together with my Australian colleagues. And this also shows that it's important to have also not only virtual meetings, but also to have physical meetings.
Thank you, Eric. And I will say that for those of you that picked up that there was a touch of emotion in Eric's voice then after 7 years of working hand in hand with not only Australia, but also the rest of the members for the CC-FIX family, just how important it is to have the multilateral work start and end in a way that offers absolute benefits for all, as opposed to benefits for a few. And that is absolutely one of the key things that came out of the work that we have done on electronic certification in CC-FIX, technology agnostic and available for all. And I think that that should be a very strong reflection for us all here today. So moving on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Sarah Khan. Sarah, I'm really interested in the work that you were leading at the time that you were there in the OIE, or the World Organization for Animal Health, as it's now called. Can you tell us about the lessons that you learnt from the study that you conducted, and what relevance that's got for electronic certification?
Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those in attendance. It's great to see you here, and it's great to know there are people online as well. This is essentially a food safety forum, and most of the people in the room have a food safety background. So we'll just point out a certain level of complexity in regards to certification of animal products, in that there are two elements to be covered: food safety, the absence of pests, diseases, substances injurious to human health, but also animal health. And the impact of many of the serious animal diseases is not because of their food safety implication, but rather because of the disruption of value chains and the destruction of economies, in some cases, from diseases like foot and mouth, for example. So in terms of certification, you have multiple players. You have certain competent authorities responsible for animal health and for food safety, and there's an interaction at the border in the exporting country and in the importing country between multiple authorities. And as most of us know who work in regulatory areas, there's great tendency for these separate authorities to work only amongst themselves, even in cases where agencies are in a single ministry of government. Often there's not a good exchange and cooperation for various reasons. Now, the study that I wrote for OECD was to look at electronic sanitary certification, which seems to be lagging behind phytosanitary electronic certification, and to try to tease out some of the reasons why this can be. And it's not an ignorance of the benefits, because as Nicola has mentioned, the benefits of electronic certification are quite clear, regardless of the product or the sector. And these benefits arise from the rapid, accurate, and secure process. It helps to prevent errors because there's less human intervention, less opportunity for human error. It helps to prevent fraud, and one of the greatest concerns of trading countries is fraudulent certification, passing products off as other than they really are. And the security is built into the process, involving the architecture, the design, the messaging system, and the use of validation and non-repudiation mechanisms. We probably, all of us, use electronic banking at some point, and so we're familiar with these broad concepts. That is rapidity, accuracy, and security. Now, through employing this process, we can improve confidence, and we can establish trust, mutual trust and confidence between trading partners, whether this is government to government or business to business. And also, we need to consider the useful effect of studying business processes, because the implementation of electronic certification is built upon a preliminary or a precursor analysis of business process, which is valuable in itself, but also can help to drive reform. And I would also just pick up Eric's comment about the World Customs Organization. I think you would all be aware of the single window, which is one of the objectives, one of the achievements to be made under the WTO Trade Facilitation Agreement. So there's a complementarity between electronic certification and, of course, the single window. Given all these benefits that are well recognised, so what about the requirements? This is essentially a re-engineering of a business process of some complexity. Guidelines have been published. UN CFACT has issued a manual on the how-to of electronic certification. STDF has published much guidance information, and details can be provided. But the key elements are those that need to be covered in any strategic analysis of business processes. I think probably one of the first is the legal framework. It must enable the replacement of or the paperless form, the replacement of paper certificate with electronic, and it must establish the safeguards around data sharing. You heard a lot about data sharing yesterday, and we remarked on some of the important aspects around the provision, the protection of privacy, confidentiality, and proper management of sensitive data. We tend to focus on the resources a lot, the financial, human, technology, and infrastructure resources that are needed. But I think perhaps one of the greatest challenges is this question of cooperation. Again, yesterday we heard quite a bit about the changing paradigm, the 3 Ps, the public-private partnership. And I think that electronic certification is a really key example of where this public-private partnership is needed in order to make progress. We need a mature export sector, meaning that there are in existence business to business, government to government, and government to business relationships. And on these relationships must be built electronic certification. I'll close this initial comment by simply mentioning the importance of international standards. And Eric has provided a most compelling discussion about CCFIC's work. And Craig, next, I think, will talk about the IPPC standards. The relationship is there with UN CFACT and with World Customs Organization. Now, there is a third standard setting body, the OIE was previously called, now known as the World Organization for Animal Health. Indeed, there are standards for electronic certification in the veterinary field. And as recently as 2020, the WOA completed a study for STDF on development of a framework to facilitate electronic veterinary certification based on a single window system. I just want to finish by quoting Mr. Wern, the chair of Codex, Wern, I think that's correct, the chairman of Codex, who said once the text has been approved and the standards are in place, then the work begins. And I think we're at that place. We're at the place where there are standards, there's excellent guidance, and the challenge now is to implement this and drive it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And Sarah's closing comments resonate with me particularly well. And it's not just because we're Australian together. But once it is absolutely true, Sarah's references to Steve words, once the guidance is done, the work actually commences. And we are seeing a really big change around the world for trading partners that are willing to engage and want to reflect electronic certification and exchanges. And I couldn't think that that would be a much more better way to be able to pass over then to Craig, particularly in relation to the work that the IPPC is leading at the moment in relation to ePhyto. So Craig, wondering if you can run us through the work that's there on ePhyto, what it actually means and how that exchange of certificates is taking place.
Thanks, Nicola, and hello, everyone. How many of you guys in the audience, wherever, have traveled internationally? Probably just about all of you, right? And one of the biggest problems you run into, or at least I run into, that's increasingly frustrating, is you go to another country where the electrical plug outfit is entirely different from the one you're bringing over, and you always have to get an adapter. Well, that was sort of the impetus for developing the ePhyto solution, what we call the ePhyto solution. And ePhyto essentially stands for Electronic Phytosanitary Certificate. And what it is, it's the digital exchange of the data that's contained in a paper phytosanitary certificate between countries. It takes place in XML format, and it works. We have 111 countries registered to the system right now. And depending on what's going on, between 70 to 72 countries are exchanging ePhytos as what we call in production, which means as a course of their day-to-day activities. And 20 of those are using what we call the generic ePhyto national system, or the GENS, which is a web-based application. And that was developed for a couple of reasons. We recognize that not all countries are capable of developing their own national system per se. So we developed a web-based application that's been put in use in a number of countries. And those countries are pretty content and happy with it. Amongst those are Uganda and other Uganda, excuse me, my voice is going on me. Thailand's about to implement it, and several other countries are using it. But that is not to say that there hasn't been an uptake of the ePhyto solution in countries with their own national system, with assistance from organizations. And countries such as Madagascar and Nepal are connected to the ePhyto system with their own national single window system. So it's something that's frankly pretty cool. It's nice to see that we started out roughly in 2018 with maybe a couple thousand certificates being exchanged per month. And now we're in excess of 110,000 ePhytos being exchanged on a monthly basis. But what's really interesting, and I think it's important for the audience to know, is that the system was built not to hold 110,000 certificates per month, but was built to handle 110,000 certificates per day. So there's a lot of room for growth, and that growth can include other types of certificates as long as they're properly formatted in the XML format. And as Eric has alluded to, there are formats that are available for use. In fact, Codex actually has a format that's available. The system is currently it's in a language. 3 languages are operating right now. We have English, we have French, Arabic is about to be launched fairly soon. And we are very thankful for the fact that we've had some partners in the implementation of the system. The Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation, which is part of the World Economic Forum, has been very active in helping to implement the ePhyto solution in countries as diverse as Jordan, Morocco, Madagascar, and they're working in Eswatini, Senegal. So a lot of countries are picking up ePhyto thanks to this partnership. But beyond that, we've also worked with the World Bank, and the World Bank is helping to do things in Zambia and helping to do things in Fiji. And they also worked with us in Nepal to set up the linkages between the national single windows. The other benefit that we've had to get things moving along is that we have formed an industry advisory group, and that's made up of international industry organizations, the International Grain Trade Coalition, the International Seed Federation, and they partner with us too. It'd be great if they gave us money to pay for the system. That would be awesome. But I don't know why the business guys just don't want to give us money. They seem hesitant, but they do give us support. And frankly, that support's been very useful because they advocate for the uptake of ePhyto in individual countries. And that's very nice because a lot of times in at least the plant health world, the plant organizations, the national plant protection organizations, are probably the least well-funded of the three SPS sister organizations in an individual country. So business has seen that they can save money, and they're saving in, for example, in Morocco, $50 per every container shipped. That's a lot of money that they're saving. And they see that there's an added value to having this system. The added value as well is that they're not responsible for handling the phytosanitary certificate. And in the paper world, the phytosanitary certificate was issued by the National Plant Protection Organization, given to an industry representative, and it could be lost, it could be stolen, it could be fraudulently adapted for what have you. And so there's a benefit for them not to have to use the DHLs and the FedExes to express ship the phytosanitary certificate from one country to another. So there's a lot of benefit to having them work with us. And I think they've been a really good partner. And in the end, I wanted to mention one thing about data sharing. And one of the reasons why we've been successful with ePhyto being accepted so easily is that it was a prerequisite on the part of the IPPC not to collect data from the phytosanitary certificates, because the trade related issues contained in a phytosanitary certificate is very sensitive information. So all the ePhyto system does is look at a hypothetical electronic envelope with an address on it. The phytosanitary certificate information is inside that envelope, but our system only looks at the address, who it's from and who it's going to. So it passes through the system in a matter of 3 seconds. If a country that's using the GEN system wants to retain the data, we can facilitate that, but still there's no information that we see which allowed a greater acceptance on the part of our contracting parties to the IPPC to accept the system. So that was a big difference. And I think that's a concern that, you know, you folks who work in food safety and animal health might want to be aware of, is that that's one of the things that can probably slow the process down in accepting electronic certification in food safety and animal health, is the fact that when you're talking about how do we keep all this data, in the plant health world, the one exporting NPPO and the one importing NPPO are the only ones who really need that type of data. Eventually, once people get comfortable, once people are used to the system, then you can start thinking about the data and how to analyze it. And at this point, what we do have is we can measure some of the impacts of what's been happening with ePhyto. And we found that currently we've gone from roughly 1% of plant health trade using electronic certification to last year, roughly almost about 11% of all plant health trade in the world is contained in the electronic phytosanitary certificate system. But with that, my voice is starting to go, so I need some water and I'll shut up. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was a great presentation.
That's scary. You shouldn't, don't do that. You gotta get your own system.
I think, though, that there were a couple of comments that Craig made that that really resonated with me. And I know that Craig said that the work that's happening at the IPPC at the moment is pretty cool. I think I'll actually raise Craig's comments to beyond pretty cool. I actually think it's pretty sexy work. And for those that are engaged in the international trade nerdism, it's, you know, it's like the centerfold of the activity at the moment. Looking at that, though, gets to benefits realization. And I think that's something that I very much want to be able to talk about with our next speaker, Dr. Marlowe. So you've mentioned that Brazil defined a strategy starting with the international exchange of eCert and now moving to international digital transformation. Can you take us through?
Yes, thank you, Nicola. Good morning, everyone. So first, I would like to explain why an engineer from the university is here talking about electronic certification. 12 years ago, more or less, the University of São Paulo and the Ministry of Agriculture in Brazil, represented here by Fernanda Michalski, established a partnership in order to promote and deploy innovation projects. We already did a lot of work, and in more or less in 2018, we were presented to the Electronic Certification Challenge, and since then we are supporting the Ministry of Agriculture with the implementation. And when we studied the subject, we studied the UNC fact standard. So we looked at it, we understood how to build the XML file. And then on the other side, we are also understood how the issuance of the certificate is in place in Brazil. So, and then the first lesson that we achieved, that we realized that the issuance process for the certification, it's something very human driven. It's very what we call analog. So the systems that were in place to support the existing process was made to be used only by humans. The information is inserted by humans. The information is read by humans, and the decision is under a human action. So on one side, we have an analog ledger, what we call it's electronic ledger, but with analog information inside. And on the other side, we have a very data-driven standard that is ECERT, UNC fact standard. And those things doesn't match. So you cannot, for example, if you have a process with an analog point of view, you cannot directly match it to the electronic certification. And the first step that we took in order to achieve electronic certification was to change a little bit our internal processes and our internal systems in a more digital way. So I will give you some examples. If you read a paper certificate, the declarations in the paper certificate, they bring health requirements, and those health requirements are repeated in several paragraphs. So the same health requirements are repeated twice or three times in the paper certificate. They are not linked with some ID that the computer can automatically check. So we needed to change this data organization inside first, and then because the UNC fact standard demands this data very structured and separated into several fields. So the first step is to move to a more digital way of thinking, move to a process more digital, and then to be able to integrate and issue the electronic certificate. And then the other lesson that we learned is that some countries accept electronic certification and others not. So Brazil, for example, exports for more or less 170 different countries. How do we feedback the FBOs about which certificate is electronic and which certificate is not electronic? So we needed to develop an integration with the Brazilian single window also, because all this feedback returns to the FBO through the single window. So we are able to alert the FBO that the electronic certification was issued, the electronic certification was downloaded by the importing country, and also the electronic certification was accepted by the importing country. And now we are doing another step into this project, but not related to this international exchange, related to change the processes internally, because the electronic certification not only changes the way things are done between countries, but it pushes the way that you need to organize your internal structure in order to achieve the electronic certification. So it's a very good thing that pushes you to a more digital and more organized structure internally also. And we are changing all the issuance processes to a digital mindset since the birth of the animal to the importing country. So all the process is being integrated into a digital mindset to enable a better and faster verification. So the lessons that we learn is that you must do it step by step. So you need to analyze first how are your processes, how are your systems that support those processes, and then you move step by step. We started with the international exchange, and then we are moving to our internal procedures. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melo. That was really interesting. And you made reference right at the start of your discussion to, why are you here at the table? I'd like to turn that around a little bit, because I think that we need to do more in terms of engagement with academia, engagement with bilateral, engagement multilateral through obviously what we do at the WTO, OIE, IPPC, WAOH, UNIDO, because it's only by actually acting together that we're going to see the benefits being really delivered to those that we serve. And obviously in this context, it means our exporters, our industries, and the support of multilateral trade. So I'm really glad that you asked that question, but I hope as well my response has given you some confidence that we should actually be at a table like this together, because it's only strength in numbers that will really make this work. Speaking of being at a table together, I think that gives us an excellent opportunity to pass to Gabor. So, Gabor, there are many countries that are interested in implementing an electronic certification system to streamline their food trade. What are the main elements that countries need to consider before they start?
Thank you very much, Nicola. And first of all, I would like to express my happiness to see all of you. This is in the making for the past 2 years, believe it or not. And I think we all have to cherish these moments, because after 2 years of COVID, it's very nice to see people face to face, exchange just new information, talk to each other, make new friendships. So one of the main purpose of this event from the beginning was about experience sharing. And also when it comes to experience sharing, to talk about the structure, the process which different countries, organizations went through to establish a data-driven system, in this case, electronic certificate. So the previous speakers talk about different elements when it comes to establishing a new system. And I would like to perhaps just reflect on a couple of points which have to be considered by countries who want to come in this new era. So definitely it's important to start with a situation analysis. But I believe the situation analysis shouldn't just reflect on an existing food systems, but also see the future of the country, to understand that what might be the potential import needs or export possibilities for the country. Of course, You can pilot with certain products, which is a possibility, but it's good to see what would be the future, develop a strategy, develop a policy behind it. Otherwise, you will face with issues in the future like interoperability, like how different systems, softwares should actually communicate with each other, how you will communicate with external partners. In addition to this, it's of course important to see in this situation analysis, what are your capacities? And when we are talking about capacities, not only the part that, of course, if you are still paper-based and or analog, but also, do you have a risk-based system? Is the data what you are putting on this electronic certificate would be actually accepted in another jurisdiction when it comes to also testing? So these are just certain points which are good to take into consideration. And in addition to this, Eric said that this is sort of where to start, and also important to say how to start. And we were very happy to co-organize this event with STDF, and you will have also the possibility to interact with my colleague Pablo Jenkins in the networking session. Some of the countries might want to approach him and talk about the opportunity to perhaps design a new project around this opportunity. So there's so much to talk about, and perhaps one last point, what I wanted to add. It's important, whatever you take, to avoid the, so to say, black box situation. You have to understand the technology itself, because if something goes wrong, you cannot assess the situation. You cannot track back the issue. So for that, you need some internal capacities in terms of if you are developing the system yourself, and also enable your decision makers, train your decision makers so they will understand the system itself. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you very much, Gabor. I was wondering, I have some questions that I would like very much to be able to continue to pose to our wonderful panel. But I was wondering whether or not we had any questions from the floor before we continue. And I've got hands up going, which is great. Can I pass to the delegation at the rear, please?
Thank you so much, Chair Nicola, and good morning, everyone, and everyone who's online. My name is Kifilwe, and representing the African Union Development Agency again. Thank you so much, wonderful speakers, for taking us through the e-certificates. So I'm sitting here thinking about my people in Africa. You know, we do have ECT challenges as well. And of course, we want to really do the e-certification. But I'm wondering, Greg, like you said, you're implementing Uganda as well in Madagascar. But I'm thinking about our people on the ground, smallholder farmers. Are you also targeting them in terms of e-certificates, and how do you do it on the ground? And I think I also like Gabor's intervention on situation analysis. You know, first of all, we need to understand who are we targeting. For Africa, we really relying on smallholder farmers. And I want to know if they're also part and parcel of the e-certification. Thank you so much.
Well, if I may, you know, with the e-certification, the phytosanitary certificates are issued by the national plant protection organizations to inform another national plant protection organization that the product or the commodity that's being shipped is free of any pests or diseases that may be of harm to the importing country's plant health. So in that sense, we don't really work with the farmers themselves. However, there are benefits that accrue to some of the farmers. For example, you know, they can now do some things online. And in Uganda's case, and I'm really happy. I always, whenever something comes up, you know, any place in the world, do you have somebody to give a speech? I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to let Uganda talk about it, because they've been at the forefront of doing things like e-signature, because that's a requirement to import into the European Union. So Uganda said, can you do something for e-signature? So we said, sure, we can figure this out. They did. So now e-signature is available for anybody who's using the GEN system. We can set that up. Now, Uganda has asked for e-payment, and that's an area where something is of benefit to the small farmers who don't have to necessarily drive for a couple hours to an office. They can do it online. They can e-payment online. So, you know, it's not really a perfect world yet, but it is helping. And there are a lot of countries, South Africa, Zambia, Uganda, Mozambique, Tanzania, Nigeria, Benin, Senegal, all these countries are in the process or are already exchanging. So slowly but surely, we're trying to, you know, drive it into a process that makes it a lot easier for small farmers, the people on the ground, as you say, to make money a little bit more easily if they have enough product to export. So I hope that helps answer your question.
Before I pass to delegates of the Senegal, I'll just add one more point to the points that have been excellently made by Craig. The processes through implementation from the Australian experience for implementing electronic certification has immense amount of benefits that are flowing back along our supply chains as well, including hitting individual farmers who have got much more confidence now that their goods are going to be accepted at point of entry into our trading partner because of the benefits that are being assigned with electronic certification. We are seeing that there is reduced intervention at the border because pre-clearance activity can occur. There's also the much more significant benefit too for us all, which is the reduction of food fraud as well. So having confidence, etc., that the goods that are being exported both meet the requirements of the trading partner in terms of safety and wholesomeness and good quality food, but also being cleared through the border faster, reducing food waste, and also reducing the possibility of food fraud or alternate intervention. So as Craig said, it's not a perfect world at the moment when it comes to e-certification. However, the flow-through effects are absolutely there for small producers and growers, processors, and the rest. Passing now to delegates, I think from the Senegal, you had a question.
Bonjour. Bonjour à Madame la modératrice, Madame Hinder. Bonjour à tout le monde. Alors, je m'appelle Mokhtar Sam du ministère du Commerce, de la Consommation et des PME au Sénégal. Je coordonne le comité CCFX du Sénégal. Alors, j'aimerais un peu partager avec l'assistance l'expérience que le Sénégal a en matière de certificats électroniques. Le Sénégal, c'est un pays ouest africain qui fait plus de 17 millions d'habitants et dont l'économie est extravertie. Donc, plus de 70% des produits que nous consommons sont importés. Donc, très tôt, nous avons compris les enjeux autour de cette question de e-certification. Alors, concrètement, comment ça se passe? On a une petite expérience en matière de certification. Il a été mis en place d'abord par un opérateur privé, une plateforme qui regroupe tous les acteurs qui sont dans l'importation. Donc, il y a les importateurs, il y a les services étatiques, il y a également les banques. Alors, comment ça se passe? L'importateur qui veut importer un produit au Sénégal, il fait une déclaration d'importation préalable, donc des pays. Donc, c'est un document bancaire. Ensuite, il y a les autres services étatiques qui interviennent. Donc, la sécurité sanitaire des aliments, c'est une compétence qui est partagée. Donc, il y a plusieurs sectoriels. Il y a le commerce. Donc, si vous prenez la chaîne de valeur, il y a le commerce, il y a l'agriculture, il y a l'élevage, il y a la pêche. Donc, tous ces sectoriels-là interviennent. Alors, chaque sectoriel délivre un papier électroniquement. Nous, au ministère du Commerce, je suis à la tête de la division qui délivre les documents d'importation préalable. Alors, ce sont ces documents-là. Tant que vous n'avez pas ce document-là, vous ne pouvez pas importer un produit au Sénégal. Donc, dès que je suis arrivé à la tête de ce département, je me suis lancé dans le e-certification. Parce que c'est les enjeux. La certification, c'est l'avenir, tout le monde le sait, mais c'est déjà le présent. Et la pandémie à coronavirus l'a montré. Alors, au Sénégal, nous avons par année une moyenne, sur une période de 5 ans, nous avons une moyenne de 19 000 déclarations d'importation. Du point de vue réglementaire, nous avons une loi, c'est la loi 66-48, et cette loi-là met en avant un régime de déclaration. Donc, pour importer, il suffit juste de déclarer. Vous êtes déclaré et on vous accorde l'importation. On a commencé un peu timidement depuis 2020 avec les importations, avec le e-certification, les déclarations. Et on a ciblé, comme l'a dit Molna, c'était un projet pilote, c'est juste en phase test, on a ciblé 3 produits. Ce sont les 3 produits que consomment le plus les Sénégalais. C'était le riz, c'était le sucre et l'huile. Alors, si on prend l'exemple du riz, par année, nous importons pratiquement 1,2 million tonnes. Donc, 1,2 million tonnes qui sont importées par an au Sénégal. Donc, concrètement, comment ça se passe? L'opérateur ou l'importateur qui va importer du riz entre dans la plateforme et déclare la quantité à importer. Maintenant, il y a un autre aspect, c'est l'aspect sécurité sanitaire des aliments, ce que nous appelons le contrôle qualité. Nous exigeons de l'importateur qu'il nous amène physiquement un échantillon du produit que nous devons analyser au laboratoire pour voir est-ce que ce produit-là est apte à la consommation humaine et ou animale. Alors, si les résultats des analyses attestent que ce produit-là est apte à la consommation humaine, on délivre la déclaration d'importation électroniquement. Alors, nous avons eu d'énormes satisfactions depuis que nous sommes entrés dans ce dispositif parce que le Sénégal est entré dans l'ère de la simplification et de la facilitation des procédures. Donc, on a constaté qu'il y avait un gain de temps, donc on allait plus vite. Il y avait des facilités et il y avait également l'aspect sécurité qui était pris en compte. Donc, c'était beaucoup plus de sécurité parce qu'il y avait des fautes souvent qui revenaient sur les papiers que nous délivrions. Avec le e-certification, il y a moins de risques de fraude. Donc, nous avons tiré énormément de satisfaction dans ce e-commerce. Et aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train d'étendre cette déclaration électronique à d'autres produits. Donc, si vous prenez les grandes maisons de transit, aujourd'hui, pratiquement tous les produits alimentaires, ils les déclarent systématiquement. C'est ce que je voulais partager avec tout le monde et je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Merci bien, monsieur. C'est vraiment une question importante pour nous. Je crois que je vais passer premièrement au peut-être Eric Bosca pour répondre et puis après ça, quoi.
Thank you, Nicola, and thank you, the delegation. Thanks to the delegation from Senegal sharing this experience. I think maybe I can share also some Netherlands experience in this field because I see a lot of similarity in the way Senegal has approached his digitization like we did in the Netherlands. Because in the Netherlands, okay, I'm not speaking about the last years. My experience in the Netherlands started about 20 years ago, but we decided for a project which was a private-public initiative. 50% public, 50% private. And we worked together with the private sector in this field. And when we looked at our trade figures, especially the amount of money involved, then 50% of our trade is with EU countries. But the other 50% is with countries in the rest of the world. And when we looked at it, at that 50%, 70% of our value was coming from import. And 30% was coming from export. So this is why we started in our project with digitizing our import process. And I worked in the harbor of Rotterdam as an official veterinarian in the border inspection post. So I knew what it takes for documents and the documents checks, and that we need a common veterinary entrance document in the harbor. And well, the Netherlands digitized this entrance project. But in the same in this project to implement digital import, we also had a trial with New Zealand, because New Zealand in 2000 had started their e-cert. And we realized that we could automate even checks related to the certificate. But it was only the New Zealand system that was available for this, so we didn't implement it at that moment. But we decided to implement another way of digital working in the harbor of Rotterdam. Because in the harbor of Rotterdam, our checks are first a documentary check when the container arrives at the terminal. And after that, the container has to go to a checkpoint for the identification and the final and the physical check. But before the consignment is allowed to leave the terminal, it has the documentary check has to be approved. So, and when Rotterdam is a huge harbor, so papers were going to the custom post for checking, because the checks were done at the custom post. Then they had to come together with the consignment to the checkpoint. And of course, there were documents lost and these kind of things. So we thought of a digital way of working. And what we did was that we introduced a digital image for the documentary check. When this checks, when the document was digitally checked, then the container was allowed to go to the checkpoint. And before the final decision was taken, we needed, according to European legislation, the original paper document. So it's that the paper document needed to come to the checkpoint, and over there we checked the digital version with the paper document. So my message is, you don't have to start very sophisticated to start working digitally, but you have to do it in a responsible way and in a very controlled way. But I think when I look, well, of course, what is in the Codex guidance is the XML exchanges, and that facilitates completely paperless work. So, and we are still hoping that the EU will take a decision that these exchanges become really paperless also for Europe.
Thank you very much, Eric. Craig or our other panelists, do you have anything else that might be of value to add in response to the question? Okay, I think we had flag up again from Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. À l'issue de l'intervention de mon collègue du ministère du Commerce, là, vous comprendrez qu'au Sénégal, il y a effectivement beaucoup d'autorités qui s'occupent un peu de la certification des produits et du contrôle. Donc, en ce qui concerne l'agriculture, c'est vrai, je pense que M. Craig l'a évoqué. Nous sommes effectivement dans le système national générique de gestion de la certification phytosanitaire électronique. Et j'avoue, bon, c'est l'occasion pour nous d'ailleurs de remercier l'Alliance mondiale de facilitation des échanges et la coopération internationale allemande qui nous ont beaucoup appuyés pour la mise en place de ce système. Donc, depuis décembre 2021, donc on échange des certificats phyto avec certains pays qui sont dans le hub de la CIPV. J'avoue que pour les pays asiatiques, nous avons quelques soucis, bien vrai qu'on commerce avec ces derniers, mais du moment qu'ils ne sont pas dans le hub, il y a quelques difficultés. Je ne sais pas si Craig peut nous donner quelques informations à ce niveau. Et surtout, là, c'est une question que je vais adresser à M. Craig de la CIPV, que nous remercions au passage, par rapport, disons, à la prise en charge des, disons, les questions récurrentes du hub de la CIPV. Je ne sais pas le mode de financement durable qui a été finalement retenu pour un peu assurer la pérennité de ce nouveau système, la dématérialisation du IFITO. Voilà, quelques préoccupations. Je pense que pour l'essentiel, mon collègue a déjà expliqué un peu la procédure d'importation au niveau du Sénégal. Donc, même pour la certification à l'exportation, véritablement, nous sommes résolument tournés vers la dématérialisation. Et ça, je pense que ce qu'il faudrait maintenant, c'est juste de l'étendre à toutes les filières et toutes les destinations, pourvu que ces pays de destination soient effectivement dans le de la CIPV. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
That's a great question. In terms of the financing of the eFIDO solution. And one thing that was a principle that we applied when we were working with STDF, our colleagues at STDF, who gave us the seed funding to develop the system, was that the principle was that developing and less developed countries wouldn't have to pay to use the system. And up until now, we've been relying on donor contributions from IPPC member contracting parties. At the present time, there's a focus group that's working on developing a financial proposal to sustain funding into the future. Thus far, we've had no problem whatsoever in sustaining funds from our donor country partners. And I think the principle still applies that the least developing and developing countries shouldn't have to pay to use the system. And that's one of the things that we really felt was critical to make sure that everyone was working on a level playing field. Where this focus group is right now is they've drafted a paper that's going to be presented to a strategic planning group that meets in a couple of weeks in Rome. Not quite sure what'll happen because they've got some proposals about funding from the developed countries. And this will have to be discussed. So it's really kind of premature for me to offer any real financial, information, a real dedicated information as to what's going to happen next. But I can tell you, based on the discussions that have been going on, this principle of allowing everybody to participate in an equal way is consistent, and it's going to be sustained into the future. Before I cede the microphone back, I'm going to give a shameless plug for the website that we have, and it's called eFIDO Exchange, all one word, .org. And on that webpage, there are 10 case studies from countries. They're kind of detailed, and they come from Sri Lanka, Costa Rica, the US, Australia, and many others, which are quite detailed and give information about the process they went through to put their eFIDO systems together. And so I just recommend, if you want to see a little bit more information about some of the challenges that are inherent in getting to an e-certification capability, you can visit that website. Plus, there's a cute little video about how eFIDO works, and it's nice. And if you're really interested in having trouble going to sleep, there's the detailed XML mapping document, which is all codes and everything, and that probably will entertain your children for hours.
Good morning. I think that Craig's comments have certainly hit a chord for a topic that's as sexy as electronic certification actually is. Some of the guidance and documents we produce are very, very dry. We need to find a way to highlight that a little bit more. I think I'll take that on board. We have another question coming from the floor.
Distinguished speakers, my name is Paul Wiromani from the Republic of Uganda, and Uganda is a land accessed. Initially, we say landlocked, but it's land access country with the second largest freshwater lake in the world, Lake Victoria. and I bring my contribution to the electronic certification from the fisheries subsector. As a country, we've been exporting to European Union since 1991, and this is an experience of over 30 years. But along the way, we had the issues of food safety between 1999, 97, 98, up to 2000. And critical lessons that we picked from there was to put up strong safeguard measures as public authorities. And the Director of Fisheries Resources is the competent authority for fisheries and aquaculture in Uganda. In regard to this topic of electronic certification, under the traces and under the better training for safer food by European Union, we trained as EAC, this African community, that's Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And for us as Uganda, we took a proactive step. 5 days, 1 week after training, in 2012, we adopted the electronic certification system process. And we've been implementing this since then, up to date. The benefits are enormous. One, we have a controlled regulatory system in place for the food business operators and including the competent authority inspectors. We are able to dive into and mine the data, analyze the exports, the trends of exports of different products to different destinations. It has provided us a strong platform on the rapid alert notifications whenever they come. We instantly get. Those days used to be, it could give us a lot of chaos when you get that you have a notification. But we are able now to understand what's the notification, what's the nature, which border inspection point, and the base of this as a competent authority, we're able to take controls to ensure that that particular notification is addressed holistically and it is submitted. This, during the COVID time, there was restriction in the movement and the travels, but through the electronic certification, we continue to discharge our duties as the CA, deploying the inspectors to establishments, but continued to certify products and continued also to monitor through the process system to see how these products are in the destination. So electronic certification is really a direction for us for food safety authorities. And what's lacking right now for Uganda is for us to move to the next step of the e-signature. That's what's now missing, and upgrading it now to other devices and scanning such that we are able to be comprehensive on this. So I would like to share this. As a country, we are one of the candidates for the next discussion. I'm sure we're going to have it on the voluntary third-party assurance. And here we are focusing now on aquaculture, whereas the country have made a commitment, it's a direct direction to raise over 1 million tons of aquaculture, because we have 20% of the country's fresh water, and we have all the weather to produce. Right now, we're doing only 120. So we hope that the VTPA would going to help us to raise the bar on aquaculture, and then we are able to satisfy. We have also linked traces system to the customs union, such that the e-payments done in there. And once it goes into the customs union, it's given a green light. So such products which have got green lights are actually attended to faster. So facilitating trade again. And we want to once again thank the European Union for this. As I talk now, we have the EU Health and Food Audits Analysis team in the country are doing the inspection, and we have comprehensively prepared. Personally, I hate that inspection, but because of the importance of this meeting, I attend this. And when I go back to the country, we have a team that has been around for the last 20 years. I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your valuable comments as well, also reflecting the Ugandan experience. As a regulator, I can share your thoughts though about the audits occurring in country. Nobody likes them, nobody likes doing them, but they are a very valuable part of our food safety system. I'll pass now. I think we have a question coming from the back of the room.
Sí, gracias. Buenos días y gracias, Nicola, por darme la palabra. Miriam Bueno de Senasa, Honduras. Puede que tenga más de una pregunta para los panelistas. Hemos escuchado acerca de los beneficios de la certificación electrónica, como por ejemplo la transparencia, la confianza, la seguridad. Y la primera pregunta tiene que ver con el uso de tecnologías que están de moda, si le queremos llamar de esa manera, como el blockchain. ¿Qué tanto encajan estas tecnologías en las directrices internacionales actuales, como por ejemplo la del Códex y otras? Si se utilizan actualmente en los sistemas que están siendo diseñados como el e-FITO, el e-CERT, etcétera, o plataformas nacionales, si tienen conocimiento acerca de qué tanto se utilizan. Y si estas tecnologías pueden ser viables a futuro como una opción para aumentar esa transparencia, confianza y seguridad. Creo que son 3 preguntas en una y puede que más de un panelista requiera preguntarla, pero entiendo que son tecnologías que son de reciente creación, pero están creciendo cada vez más, sobre todo en temas de trazabilidad. En el sector privado y algunos gobiernos entiendo que están utilizándola cada vez más, pero me preguntaba qué tanta aplicabilidad pueden tener en el tema de comercio internacional y con la certificación electrónica. Gracias.
Thank you very much. There are certainly some excellent questions and offers us also the opportunity to go to different members of our panel. So thank you. Saying that though, I think the first question though is particularly relevant to working codex and the IPPC. So I'll just ask for Craig and Eric's views in relation to the use of blockchain. Dr. Malo, though, I'd like your views on the use of new and emerging technologies and how you see that melding into the work that we are doing on electronic certification. And Sarah, I'd be interested in your view too on where I think our delegate from Honduras was coming from, the expanded opportunities that might be there for e-certification. Picking up things at the moment, which I would call more credential type activities as opposed to animal or plant health type activities. So thinking outside the box, for instance, should we be bringing organic certification into e-certification? Should it also potentially cover halal or other credential or consumer orientated information as opposed to food safety or animal or plant health questions? So lots of good questions. Eric and Craig, first of all, in terms of blockchain, Dr. Malo, the future, and Sarah and Gabor, you know, what else? How's that? Okay.
Thank you, Nicola. And maybe, Nicola, would you allow me to maybe to also to reflect a little bit on the information Uganda provided on how Uganda is, well, it has done an excellent job in implementing the use of traces, or the use of traces. At least this was what I understood from your intervention. Traces is a database. So when you are talking about the use of traces, you are creating certificates into the traces system, but there is no exchanges going on. The electronic certification is about exchanging from one competent authority a message to another competent authority. And in Codex, or according to the UN CFACT standard, the electronic SPS certification standard, it's based on XML messages, but it could also be facilitated by using the Codex-derived information package from WCO. So I really appreciate the work Uganda did with the European Union to use the traces system for the Uganda export certificates to Europe. But what I regret is it does not facilitate you to exchange certificates with the other countries in the world that you would like to export to. And this is basically what's the difference between, this is what is the Codex guidance is about. The Codex guidance is worldwide for all continents. It's not only for Europe. But you really pointed out that it's very important to start somewhere and then to grow. So and Europe is your biggest trading partner. So it's very logical to start with something that's offered by the European Commission to use, and you get training and everything. So it's an excellent job, but it's limited to Europe. It's not facilitating Uganda to develop themselves, to develop certification with other continents, other countries. So this is the point I wanted to make on this part. Now the other question on the use of blockchain. Well, my first intervention was to try to explain that the Codex guidance, it is technology neutral. So this is why we have only a data model in our guidance, in our Codex guidance. And this is a reference data model. And you can use different methodologies to model them into the system or to the technology you are using. So you can model the data of the data elements which are available in the Codex guidance into a blockchain. And whatever future technique you will get, the data model will not change because it's a reference data model. But if you need additional data, then you need to implement them with a certain technology. And this could be UNCFAC methodology, WCO methodology. So I hope this clarifies a little bit.
Yeah, no, we've talked to a bunch of blockchain companies, and sort of the closest approximation to working with the blockchain technology has actually been working with traces. And what we have developed with traces is that countries that want to export to the EU, they can link into the eFIDO hub, and then the eFIDO hub has what we call a channel, which connects directly to traces. So, for example, a country like Uganda, which wants to export to the EU, they can use the hub, and they can send something to an EU member state. But the added value is that they can do that, but they can also export to other countries that are on the hub. So any country that's on the eFIDO solution can export to any other country on the solution. And with the case of the blockchain, I think the conceptually what our technology folks, which is the United Nations International Computing Center, want to do is something similar to what we're doing is sort of just forwarding the message into the blockchains themselves. And like Eric said, it's going to be a technological exercise, an IT exercise, but we're not going to pay for it. And we're not going to do it. It's going to be the blockchain companies that have to figure this out. So we're open to working with them. And there is interest. We keep getting, I get contacted by different companies from time to time, and we've met with them and talked to them. But I think it's a little bit further down the road. I think we're still focused more on getting the exchanges of the FIDOs country to country. But eventually some countries are definitely going to want to pick up on this and move forward with it. But I'm interested to hear your answer about what's happening in the future. That sounds way more exciting.
Thank you, Craig. Let me add something about blockchain also. Blockchain was conceived to implement distributed consensus. So basically, certification is agreement between two countries. You don't need a distributed consensus. So you don't need to send the data from somewhere and several parties agree with that data. You don't just need two parts to agree with that data. So in this case, I think that blockchain can be used just to store and share the information, not for what it was really conceived for. okay, to take out the centralized point of view and be decentralized. So that's what I think of blockchain related to electronic certification. And related to the future, when we look at this veterinary certification, is basically we need to collect data from the birth of the animal to the feeding procedures, to the production procedures, and etc. And these data collection is very hard, paper-based and everything. So with the fourth industrial revolution, with Internet of Things, the data collection will be much easier to do, implementing sensors throughout this chain, and also collecting more and more information, more detailed information about the production processes, and this can help to reuse data into the electronic certificate and to exchange this electronic certificate. So that's what I see related to the future, and that's what we are doing now in Brazil. Look into this internal process. How can we implement some Internet of Things and other technologies from the birth of the animal to share this data with the Ministry of Agriculture, and then we use this data for certification. Thank you.
I see we're getting close to the end of the session, so I'll keep my remarks pretty short. Nicola asks about the capacity to deal with credentials such as organic, halal. You could add to that animal welfare, environmental sustainability, these sorts of issues that are relevant and increasingly of interest to consumers domestically and internationally. Now, there's a plethora of documentation that accompanies export, and it's not limited to sanitary and phytosanitary matters. Obviously, there's a great deal of documentation around the acceptance of products, the business-to-business undertakings, and so forth. And I would say that in principle, the credentials can be covered in electronic certificates, in principle. But I think a note of caution is needed in that international trade and certification processes depend on the existence of standards. And typically, these are standards that are adopted by consensus of the countries that are members of WTO and the standard-setting organizations. So where these standards and systems exist, it can be quite feasible to address credentials by electronic means. But where these standards don't exist, then there is a room for confusion. And I think the standards need to be created so that there's a common language in what is being attested to and what standard the product is intended to meet. So I think that perhaps that's, in some of these areas, could be a slight hold-up to the in-principle agreement to cover such matters in electronic certification.
Thanks very much, Sarah. I agree. Eric, though.
Yeah. Allow me to make also a remark on this type of certificates, because in a lots of discussions, I noticed that we have sometimes the idea that we can throw all the certificates on one pile, and that we can exchange all these certificates in the same way. And this is not the case. Certificates are issued by different bodies. If you look at halal certificates, sometimes in the Netherlands, they are commercial organizations. They are not government. In some countries, they are government organizations. So when you talk about different certificates, organic quality certificates, certificates of origin, etc., they're all called certificates, but they have all different bodies that issue them. And are they going to use all the same e-cert? No, never. So that's the challenge. And well, one of the things I'm also doing is I'm working as a domain coordinator in UNCFACT. UNCFACT is standardizing electronic business and tries to facilitate trade in electronic business. They are developing the technical standards. And this is why we are discussing within UNCFACT the data exchanges related to conformity assessment bodies nowadays. And that we are also working on a project related to the availability of electronic documents in transit by road and rail. So, but this is a technology part. And what is but what still keeps the biggest challenge is how to motivate all these different bodies to work paperless and to accept each other's messages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, I do know we are coming fast on time to break for a cup of coffee and morning tea, but if I can ask everyone's indulgence for just 2 seconds. We had a question that came in online from one of our virtual attendees asking whether it might be possible to see at some stage in the future alignment of certificates between Codex, IPPC and WAOH. And I have to admit that my instinctual reaction to that is my hair will be much grayer by the time that we finish those negotiations. However, I'm an aspirational type of chick, so, you know, why not? But let's be also very realistic that that will take an immense amount of time and an immense amount of engagement and very strong international will, because trading partners as well reserve the right to be able to maintain their own appropriate level of protection. And there is differences in animal health, plant health and food safety requirements that exist around the world. But I am one for aspirational goals. So my question and response back for our delegate that asked that question is, whoa, but maybe. We have one final question coming from the floor.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Álvaro Díaz, pertenezco al Servicio Agrícola Ganadero de Chile. Nosotros tenemos implementado un sistema de certificación electrónica mediante ICER para productos pecuarios, productos pesqueros y productos terrestres de carne. Actualmente para China, Rusia y otros mercados. Mi pregunta va enfocada en relación a la implementación de este sistema cuando hay fallas. Por ejemplo, cuando hay problemas en relación a ataques cibernéticos de los sistemas o problemas de conectividad o porque hay sistemas nuevos que se están implementando y que no funcionan. Entonces, me gustaría saber la experiencia de los panelistas en relación a esto y también los principios y directrices que están implementados en relación a si existe algún tipo de flexibilidad al momento de no poder emitir la certificación electrónica y volver a la certificación manual a través de papel, en el caso de que haya una urgencia de certificación por el tema de despachar algún contenedor que se tenga que ir con urgencia y no exista esta herramienta de certificación electrónica. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your question. In terms of national competent authorities that are being represented at the table, I think it's really Eric and myself. So yes. I'm happy to answer one part of the question and see if Eric and Craig, would like to do the same. But the whole intent behind electronic certification, of course, is to simplify the exchanges of information that are required between national competent authorities. And that also means at times doing away with paper. And in fact, that's our ultimate intent, is to do away with paper. But there will always be times where there are intricacies involved with both the certificate preparation and also potential issues with the consignment itself that requires additional explanation. So there is always going to be a need, I think, for the immediate future to be able to have paper certification in play. But the concept of moving towards an electronic exchange provides veracity of that information that you are actually providing. And so having the ability to be able to do information that's provided in a free text field and not only data mapping provides that flexibility. So from Australia's perspective, we are hoping, in fact, we like to think in our very small corner of the world that we are actually leading on moving towards fully paperless trade. But we do recognise that there's always going to be times where paper, unfortunately and fortunately, might be required. Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Nicola, and thank you for your question. It's a very interesting one. But from the Netherlands, we never had to take our emergency measures from the shelf since we are using eCert. There were no interruptions that forced us to issue any paper certificate that was created electronically when we started to work paperless. We started to work paperless with China in 2015. And we even have removed the template from our system. So there is no template of a certificate anymore in our system for our exchanges with China. We rely on the electronic exchange. And this is also because it takes some time to travel from the Netherlands to China, of course. So it might be challenging when you have a certificate issued for your neighboring country or for a country nearby, or what is a few hours flying, that it might be necessary to apply emergency measures. But in the disturbances, we had some limited issues, but we never were forced to issue a paper certificate anymore.
Colleagues, unfortunately, we will need to wrap up because, of course, our wonderful interpreters deserve a cup of coffee and a break. Our last response, though, from Craig.
Yeah, just very briefly, when we developed the system, the eFIDO solution, we made sure that the generic system, the GEN system, was developed in such a way that if connectivity was lost or whatever, paper certificates could be issued, and paper certificates are still being issued by countries that are using eFIDO. And so it was built into the development of the system. But one thing I wanted to point out, and I want to point out specifically in front of this audience for your country, sir, is that Chile and Argentina were the first two countries in the world to go paperless in exchanges of plants and plant products using the eFIDO system. So good for you two countries. That's great. It's great to have you in the audience. So thanks. One last thing about security. It's a risk all the time, and that's one of the reasons why we don't collect the data in the exchanges of eFIDOs. But our UNICC, the partner, the IT people, they use the top level of security that's available to banking and everything else. So the system's only going to be as good as what they have, and people are always trying to gain access. So they keep on top of the security measures. They do the best they can. So far, knock wood, we haven't been attacked or hacked. A lot of people try, but so far, it's the way it is. Thank you.
So, colleagues, I'm not going to prolong the discussion this morning, apart from saying that all of the panelists will be joining you for morning tea outside. Should you have any other questions that you'd like to ask, please come and do so. Thank you for your engagement with the discussion today. It has actually been a pleasure to moderate and a pleasure to hear so many different views. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this very intriguing session about electronic exchange of certificates. Unfortunately, there will be no coffee break. We're going to go straight to the next session. I'm sorry. So I would like to invite the next speakers and moderator to the podium. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, everyone. I need a coffee.
So as you have seen in this program of the Vienna Food Safety Forum, we're focusing on 4 different domains. You heard excellent discussions yesterday and today morning about voluntary third approach, public-private data sharing, and electronic certificate Our program from now on will focus on remote audit practices. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has pushed us to think out of the box and come up with new solutions. Auditing and inspections were in the same shoes, and new ideas were required to fulfill the responsibilities. So now we are going to go for the fourth session of the Vienna Food Safety Forum in the next couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone in the room, and good day to everyone online. Thanks for joining us. Sorry for the coffee. It's not my fault, but you cannot do anything about it. First of all, I would like to thank UNIDO, STDF, and the Australian government for organizing this session. What happened? During the pandemic, all of a sudden, a new tool of auditing came up. Which was already not new, but it was existing. But for most companies, it was new, namely remote auditing. And how do we do it? Can we do remote auditing? Is it the same as a physical audit where you have the smell, the look, and the feel? Is it a copy of a physical audit? I'm glad that we've have some very good experience gathered by the team on what are the costs and benefits of remote audits, and perhaps they have also some limitations mentioned in their presentation on remote audits. And of course, the verification of remote audits in terms of the regulatory frameworks. We go from the OECD to the European Commission, but in between we're also having some great experiences from Brazil, Cambodia, and Indonesia. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Jan Kraan. I'm based in the Netherlands. I'm working for LRQA, which is an international certification body, and we are doing many food safety certifications, also remotely. But it's more about our wonderful panelists. Let me start to introduce with you Annelies Deus. She's from the OECD, and she is the agricultural policy analyst. Then we have Claudio Tugirato from Brazil, International Audit Division, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Supply. Then from Cambodia, that you could join us, Kof Kong, the Deputy Director General, Fishery Administration from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. From Indonesia, Pamuji Lestari, Head of Fish Quarantine and Inspection Agency from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And last but not least, Javier Telecha, I hope I pronounce it right, Javier, Deputy Head of the Unit Food in the Directorate for Health and Food Audits and Analysis from the European Commission. I will make sure you're getting your lunch on time, so we will finish at 1. That's the most important thing, and perhaps you are dying for coffee after that as well, what I can imagine. Good, let me start with Annelies. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the forum for the opportunity to participate in this session that covers such an important and timely topic. So at the OECD, we are conducting research to examine countries' experiences with remote audits. And in order to understand countries' experiences, we have been interviewing experts to find out what their current practices are, how they are conducting remote audits, and also what are the perceived costs and benefits of doing remote audits. Now, in the first presentation of this session, I'll set the scene and give an overview of the experiences that we have gathered so far from talking to experts in competent authorities from over a dozen different countries. And I'm really lucky to be sharing the podium today also with some of the experts that we have interviewed for our project. And at this point, I would like to thank all the experts that have talked to us and have kindly shared their experiences, and also the government of Australia for funding this project. Okay, so in our research, so we're focusing on experiences with remote audits, and the major analytical lens that we are applying is a cost-benefit assessment. And in conjunction with that, we also want to look at effectiveness, because effectiveness is also an important factor as countries are trying to understand and to decide whether or not to continue with remote audits in the future now that the initial disruptions of the pandemic have resided. So the approach of our project is outlined over here. So we started with an overview of concepts and definitions. Then we reviewed the literature and the existing policy guidance. The third part of our project is case studies. So that's where we are talking and interviewing with experts. And then the final part is a survey where we're trying to get a broad assessment of costs and benefits of remote audits and also the effectiveness. And so in today's presentation, I'll focus on the third part, the case studies, and I'll share with you that the insights that we have gathered from talking to experts in competent authorities. Now, before I turn to the costs and benefits, I would like to share with you already some preliminary findings that we have found. So first of all, when we embarked on this project, we thought that there would already have been a lot of remote audits ongoing before the pandemic. And in fact, we noticed that most of the remote audits were done in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there were some countries where they were already doing remote audits before the pandemic, but this was mostly in remote locations or high-risk destinations. Second, we had expected to see a shift not only to technology-enabled audits, but also technology-enhanced audits using big data analytics, artificial intelligence. But we saw that in the end, the technology that is used for remote audits is fairly basic, using smartphones and the basic video conferencing platforms. Third finding is that we saw that there is, in fact, from our conversations, we noticed that the level of existing formal policy guidance and standards is very limited. There are some countries where they are starting to firm up their guidelines and where they're making legislative changes to accommodate remote audits. And also, of course, there is a move towards developing a more coherent approach internationally. And of course, today's forum is an initiative that supports this. And also, we hope that our study will contribute to that effort. A fourth preliminary finding is that there was a widespread agreement among the people that we interviewed that remote audits are likely to become more efficient over time and maybe even more effective. And then finally, and again, this is, any conclusions at this point are a little bit premature, but it's clear that we will see at least an ongoing role for partially remote audits. And when I say partially remote audits, I mean an audit where the site visit is done in person, but which is informed by an extensive document review in advance. Okay, so in the next 2 slides, I will go over some of the costs and benefits that our study has identified. And for interest, I've also included some quotes from the interview, so you can see those in the green bubbles at the bottom of each slide. So on the benefit side, the most obvious and significant benefit of remote audits was that it enabled food trade to continue to flow despite the pandemic. There were also significant cost savings in terms of travel expenses, greater flexibility in processes, and also personnel benefits because of less stress, and strain because of traveling, and also the potential to upskill. Overall, the experiences over the last 2.5 years may also have accelerated the digital transformation in businesses and in competent authorities, with the accompanying efficiency and transparency gains. And of course, remote audits are also a greener way of doing these types of assessments. On the other hand, we also heard a long list of costs and disadvantages, and I won't read all of them. But one consistent and significant concern, and I'm sure everybody I'm sharing the podium with today is going to mention this as well, was about the limitations of technology to visualize sites accurately, and the lack of in-person sensory inputs such as taste and smell. And this led to the impression that the quality of evidence that could be gathered in remote audits might not be as high. In addition, without any in-person interactions, auditors were less able to judge body language, to build rapport, and also to understand company culture. They also missed out on informal conversations where you could clear up any misunderstandings or clarify nuances. For example, when you're driving to the next location, you can just quickly in the car clear up some misunderstandings. And also from the part of the auditee, they said that they really value these opportunities to have this quick informal chats to learn from the auditors. Many interviews mentioned to us that the preparation time increased significantly when you're doing a remote audit compared to an in-person audit. And this is related a lot to the fact that there are much more documents that are shared in advance of the audit itself. And sometimes these documents the volume could run into the hundreds, and it really takes a lot of time to verify and to evaluate these documents. Then the ICT elements could also add planning time, they could add costs, and they also raised issues around data protection and commercial confidentiality. And finally, spending time on all these Zoom calls can be very fatiguing, especially if there are different time zones involved. Okay, so I will end my presentation here at this point. We would love to hear from you. So if you are interested in talking to us and sharing your experiences, we would really welcome that. So we're interested in talking to officials, businesses, and any other stakeholders or people who have experience doing remote audits. And we're also, as I said at the beginning, going to publish a survey pretty soon. And if you could complete the survey or distribute it among your networks, we would really appreciate that. And I've listed my email address there, so feel free to contact me. So thanks again. Over to you, Claudia.
Thank you, Annelies. Now we're going to have 3 very interesting cases from 3 different countries. We start with Claudia from Brazil. Claudia, please.
Good morning, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity of being here and participating in this important event and being able to contribute in the discussion of the costs and benefits of remote audits in the regulatory frameworks. I'm a veterinary officer and I work at the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Supply of Brazil. in the Division of International Audits of the Department of Inspection for Products of Animal Origin. And I'm here to present the Brazilian Competence Authority perspective on the matter. So to better contextualize our findings, I'm going to briefly introduce you to our experience. So the Brazilian Competent Authority has been receiving and performing remote audits since 2019 to verify industry self-control programs and official controls in place in establishments producing beef, pork, poultry, and fish, and with the objective to certify or renew establishment eligibility for export and import. And in our experience, due to the need for maintaining market access, the COVID-19 pandemic helped consolidate the tool. Now I'm going to present you some data regarding the audits we have been receiving in Brazil from the period from 2018 to August 2022. So in this period, we received around 560 on-site audits establishments. And in the period from 2019 to August 2022, we received around 110 remote audits. And looking back at this data from today's perspective, we consider the remote audits we received in 2019 as an opportunity to experience the tool and develop new skills. And when the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020, after the first impact and when things settled, we took the opportunity to develop new skills and try to take advantage of the situation for our benefit. So I'll talk briefly about how the system works in Brazil. The remote audits in Brazil, the process is very similar to the on-site modality. We have a pre-audit phase that's basically questionnaires and document evaluation. Then we have the remote audit itself with interviews, auditor, auditee, direct observation of procedures, facilities, and documents. And then we have a post-audit phase when the auditor can review documents and the audit recording if necessary and prepare the report. So in our experience, the remote audits, they have been in real time, live streamed by video conferencing. And we think that it allows human interaction, proper intervention, and ample perspective of the plant, documents, and processes. So regarding responsibilities in the process for the government, we have the responsibility to provide the specific information regarding official controls as requested by the importing party and explaining official procedures in place during the audit. For the food industry, they are responsible for providing information and communication technology tools that in this case are mainly related to internet connection and availability and stability throughout the premises, the digital platform for the video conferencing, and good quality audio and video equipment. And in this process, ICT tools are crucial for success, as well as translation. So translation is also a responsibility for the food industry, and it can be consecutive or simultaneous, which is the best option if available. It reduces greatly the length of the audit and reduces the tiresomeness of the process. It is less tiresome. And the food industry is also responsible for providing specific information as requested regarding self-control programs and also other information requested, and showing premises and explaining procedures in place during the audit. So now we arrive at what we think are the benefits of the process. We find some advantages. For example, as I said, during COVID-19 pandemic, we could maintain market access and exports. We could maintain and or increase the number of eligible exporting plants. And after the pandemic, now when traveling restrictions are lifted, we continue using the process with some partners. Due to its inherent characteristics, it also reduces time and financial costs, as there is almost no traveling and accommodation costs. We find it has the potential to be a good tool for follow-up audits, for example, to verify the implementation of action plans by the exporting party. And regarding human resources, as it is remote, it allows a broader team participation, and it brought us a very important internal procedure standardization. And as it is a new process, it needs adaptation. So everyone had to be trained, and we had to develop new skills, and it opened new fields of activity, both for the government, for the industry, and also for the other services like translation and filming crews, for example. So taking this all together, we think that it allows us a better use of human resources. As for costs, I'm going to approach them together with the challenges, as we think they are intertwined. So for us, the main difficulty we found and until today is that with demands, as it is it's a process faster and to organize, and due to its apparent ease, demands can become overwhelming and take over the team's efforts and time, compromising other areas. As Annalise said also, there is because of the lack of personal contact, there is a reduced relationship building potential among competent authorities, and making the exchange of experiences more difficult. And if the mechanism increases, if the use of the mechanism increases and enhances as it's apparent that it's going to be, there will be a need for standardization of general procedures and minimal ICT requirements. So the process is less confusing and more harmonized, avoiding its use as a barrier, for example. Translation is another cost that is very important for the process, and it must be done by an experienced team because of the singularities of vocabulary and processes in the food industry. And as I said, as a new mechanism, we had to develop new skills. So this brings us to a need for investment in training and capacity building. And the last two challenges we found is regarding time zone differences that in this case can mean literally night and day. And we have to take into account the industry schedule. So the competent authorities must arrive at a schedule that fits both in advance. And lastly, we find that we have to develop developing confidentiality, especially regarding our audit recordings, its use and access, and also documents exchange. So in conclusion, the Brazilian competent authority, for us, the remote auditing has advantages, and it has a potential to be used as an additional tool available to the competent authority. And we are willing to participate in the debate to further the matter. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm available for questions whenever appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you, Claudia. And now we go all the way to the east to hear about the experiences from Cambodia. Ron, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gong. I'm from the Fishery Administration under the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery, which is the competent authority in charge of control and inspection of food safety of fish and fishery product. And today I'm very honored and very grateful to be here to share the experience from Cambodia on the remote audit, which is our first experience and also the fresh experience as well. And also I would like to take this opportunity to thank to UNIDO who provide all the support in this important work, and also bring us here as well as a big group of delegates from Cambodia. So just let me start by introducing, perhaps some of us may not know about the Cambodia fishery. We have the fishery and aquaculture been a major source of food and nutrition and also employment. It links closely to the culture, social and economic benefits as well. Like you see in the last picture that we have this fish picture and processing methods cow in the Angkor Wat temples in Cambodia long times ago. So fish is really linked to our culture and social. And it's also main source for income and job. So we have around 3 million people that involved in the fishery sector. And also it's contributes around 5% to the GDP in the country. And Cambodia is also amongst the highest consumer of fish in the world as well. So we eat a lot of fish, and we used to eat a lot of wild fish as well. And the aquaculture is rapidly growing, around 300,000 tons in 2019. This could be surprising to some of us when this amount actually is not really big, but we say that it's rapidly growing because we used to be very dependent on the natural fish. Our river and lake system, as you can see in the map on the left side, which is very high productivity. It used to provide a lot of wild fish. But over time, with the population increase and also urbanization and agriculture development, so it's disturbed some of the natural system. So we cannot depend on the wild fish anymore, and then we have to. It's fulfilled by the aquaculture in the country. And recently, Cambodia is be able to export pangasius, frozen pangasius to China. So this is the first time that we could export this fish to other country. I mean, after the food control system have been stricter for over the last 10 years. So just to give you overall process of the audit. That I think it's not different from the normal fiscal audit that we start with the submit the required document on the request for export, and then we fill up the questionnaire on the risk assessment relating to the legislation frameworks, the control system, the food safety requirements, those things. And then, in one point, we got a response that China, the GACC, the General Administration of Customs China's, they want to audit the fishery resource, the aquaculture product from Cambodia to be exported to China. And then it just happened at the time that the COVID pandemic is widespread. So that's why we will not stop there. We're trying to find a solution by suggesting the remote audit that was scheduled in the earlier 2022. And this was done with the Pangasius species because it's a main species that from aquaculture in Cambodia. So for the audit, the auditing go through different actor in the value chain system. So the audit conducted with for the fishery administration, as you see the shortcut FIA, it's as a competent authority. So it also went through the control system of the competent authority, and also audit on the 3 aquaculture farm, 2 fish processing establishment, 2 laboratory, and 1 export port. And the additional documents were communicated through email, and also we use WeChat because that's very popular for China. So after this audit, we have scheduled a wrap-up meeting that report on the audit result with the proposed improvement, of course, on the food safety control system, because this is our first time. So we still there's things that need to be improved. That's a seal gap. And then also there's a number of corrective action that suggests for the farm that were audited, and also the processing enterprise that were audited as well. So there was a space of time that given for the corrective actions in terms of improving the facility, the practice, also providing additional documents to support the verification of the audit. And after they submit the corrective actions, it's got approved. And then we both party, MAP, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fishery of Cambodia, and the GACC, the General Administration of Customs of China, we draft the agreement on the SPS protocol and finally get it signed in March 2022. So, oh, sorry. Yeah, so I would like to share on the advantages of this audit. So we see that this is the surface method, especially during the time that we were concerned about the COVID-19, that of course Chinese government are very strict on this control of COVID-19. The China official cannot come down to the sites, and then so that's we consider this is the safest method because we conduct without any problem. And then also it's more cost efficient as well because there's no travel cost and save a lot of time. And in addition, the audit also bring multiple stakeholders together in one audited platform. As you can see in the picture, we also have a team in the room joining from a different expert, different agency under the fishery administration. Also joining online, we have different actors from both Cambodia and China, and also the private sector also joining together. So without the I mean such an online platform, those multi-stakeholder of course would not be together in one point of time like that. And it's also allow us using a variety of tool and method as well. Since we do this virtually, so all the tool that available, we combine Zoom, we use Telegram, we use WeChat, and also email. So yeah, there's several tool and social media that can be used to support the remote audit. And also it's can be easily arranged at the several stage of the production. We audit fishery administration on a separate day, and then one farm per day, and also going to the enterprise, one enterprise per day. So going to the disadvantages, that's also, while we have a lot of advantage, but there's also some weakness that we need to overcome as well. The first one is the unstable internet connection, especially in the developing country where the internet coverage is not fully everywhere. And sometimes the farm are located in not in the urban area, they are in the rural area. So experience the internet connection is the big thing. And also the direct interaction with the amongst auditor and auditee is also not really close. I mean, it could be lost during the remote audit. We don't see body language, of course. And the body language sometimes give a clear indication of something. You can see from face from people that might be they're lying or something, but with the remote audits, you cannot guess that, yeah. And also another disadvantage is the inability to ensure that all the defects are detected. Of course, this is one of the limitations, yeah, because it goes through the camera, you cannot see every detail, yeah. So you might not see everything clear. So, and we also have proposed a recommendation that to ensure the smooth remote audit and also to overcome the challenge that we face. First, of course, we need to establish a task force that responsible for the audit. Yeah. We need also a clear communication with the auditee. Since this is the first time of the audit, so the auditee haven't experienced the physical audit as well. So both remote audit and the audit itself is just the first time for the farmer, for the processing enterprise, and also for other actors. So it needs to be a clear communication how this will be done and what needs to be prepared. And also would be great to have all the required documents submitted before the conducting an audit on a daily basis. So we can already familiar with the information that need to be audited. So it also could save time as there's could be things that identify as a weakness, and then the auditor could just point to that straight away. And for the competent authority, this is our experience. We need to prepare answer for the questionnaire and supporting document, including mandate, technical guideline, protocol. Also, we have the national residual monitoring programs that they implement under guidance of the DG Sante and the UNIDO. And also inspection report and other regulatory document. This is need to be prepared in advance. So when the auditor want to see it, it should be not delay. It should not be, take time to show. And also internet connection should be tested before the meeting to make sure we experience delay. Actually, if the internet connection went well, I think the audit time could save by half. Of course, yeah. So it's double the time. If you expect maybe 1 day audit, it could be go to 2 days. If you expect half day, it could be 1 day full. So because of the connection, sometimes you cannot see the picture clearly. Sometimes it lost. It takes like 10-15 minutes to reconnect it. So this is the recommendation. And also we need to also decide on the platform and technology tool for the audit in advance. Yeah. So this is just a basic recommendation for the improving. And I think I end my slide at here, but I also have a video to be shared with you that from the private sector perspective on their experience on the cost benefit of the audit as well. So 5 minutes. Are we good?
My name is Chimdan. I am the co-founder and director of research and development at Untitled Farm. Our business focuses on mass production of pangasius fish to supply to our local market currently. Our future goal is to produce more variety of fish to supply to both local and international markets at a global competitive price. We were very grateful for the Fishery Administration for selecting us to be one of the farms to represent Cambodia to export fish to China. During the pandemic time, we had to do the audit virtually. Let me share with you a few advantages of doing the audit virtually. First of all, it was the safest method to do the audit because stakeholder and auditor doesn't have to travel to the farm. This also contributes, secondly, to the factor that it becomes more cost efficient and less time consuming because the auditor and the stakeholder do not have to travel to the farm. Last but not least, this method also enables us to share documents in a more efficient way and less expensive because all documents were shared electronically. Despite all that, we do have some drawbacks when we do the audits virtually. First of all, I do remember we did lose some time during the audit due to unstable internet connection. Secondly, we wish the auditor were here in person to fully experience the whole farm. However, they could not be here. As a team who has been audited, we highly recommend a few points that both parties should be prepared for. First of all, both parties should prepare a good and stable internet connection. Especially for the farmer,
They should have a good, stable connection, at the same time, good coverage, because the auditor would want to see all the sites at the farm. The farmer should prepare themselves according to the preparation checklist provided by the auditor. This is done to ensure that the farmer will keep track of what the auditor has requested.
Hi, this is Sophie from Hunty Corporation Limited. Hunty is agricultural product processing and export trade enterprise in Cambodia. And Hunty has its own supporting agricultural products processing plants and fish farms and supporting cold chains as well. And recently, we have permitted for the bonded warehouse as well. Recently, after the audit from the General Customs from the Authority of China, the establishment has been received approval for exporting the Cambodia frozen funguses to China as well. The remote audit actually is a good assessment. It's a good way of assessment method. Due to the prevention and control of the epidemic, it is not so convenient for the Chinese authority side, but the GACC keeps pace with the times and adopted remote audit. This method actually is really good. It's not only convenient, but also save the travel expenses and the time for the Chinese officials. The audit accessed actual situation of the operate enterprises, including the processing process, the plant layout, the facilities and operations, storage, and the records. The remote audit, actually, it was done very successfully by the support of the team from the Fishery Administration of Cambodia. My recommendation is to make sure the internet signal is stable, the audit plan and guidelines to be provided sufficiently in advance, and the enterprise need to be well prepared and ready for the audit. We highly appreciate the support and all the efforts from the Agriculture Ministry of Cambodia and the China Customs Authority to manage the solution for the successful audit. These keep enterprise to continue the production and the trade, and the staff can keep their job during the pandemic crisis time.
Good, thank you for insight into Cambodia. I've been there, not for work, but on holidays, but still, it's good. We stay in the east, Indonesia. Pamuji has some interesting stories to tell about Indonesia, right? Fisheries. Thank you, Pamuji.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and also God bless you all. I am Pamuji Lestari, the Directorate General of Fish Quarantine and Inspection Agency in the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia. First of all, I would like to thank to the UNIDO that allowed me to come here and also as a speaker because of the spot and also the opportunity I can stand here or I can speak here in front of my colleagues, my friend, all of the country. As assigned by UNIDO, like the speaker before, I also want to share experience about the remote inspection in my country in Indonesia, because in my direction, we not only deal with the product, but as a fish quarantine agency, we also deal with the life of the fish. Indonesia has been using remote inspection since COVID-19, considering the safety assurance of food shall be maintained and also the availability of various technology and tools have been allowed us to conduct remote audit. Remote inspection or remote audit is implemented as part of Indonesian system to carry out the competent authority task in controlling the safety of fish and fishery product, and was under the Ministry of Regulation number 10 on year 2021 concerning the standard and business activity of the fish productivity. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I will overview my job or task actually as the DG of Fish Quarantine and Inspection Agency. We have many things, especially for carrying out official control to ensure that food safety management system is well implemented by the fish establishment. And also we have to verify that to ensure that safety control have been implemented in the primary production. So we do both for the carrying out the food control, and actually the activities in the FQIA is to issue the HACCP certification. In my country, we don't have the e-certificate yet, so the previous dialogue or discussion dealing with e-certificate, if you not mind, many countries that already doing the e-certificate, I probably need to learn your experience and also share the procedure and also the process so that we also can have the certificate. And under my sign, I already have many, even sometimes hundreds of certificates. So using the e-certificate, I guess will be more effective and efficient in terms of time. For the CCP, I will sign by myself, but for the health certificate, I asked the chief of the technical implementing unit in the around the 37 province, 34 province in Indonesia to issue the health certificate. For the surveillance and also regular inspection, usually we do at least 2 times a year, and this if there is some problem with the certificate, or there is some problem also with the country when we go export or we receive the import. For investigation, okay, we do that also regularly if there is some problem with the food safety. So I will also assign my center of chief of center to do this, and this actually we can counter all the problem from the imported country, or also we go export to another country. Sampling and testing we do regularly also, and I ask many. We have a reference laboratory to do the fish product analysis, and they are also referring for line ministry. So we have a very good equipped laboratory, and for the food and many line ministry using our laboratory to do the analysis. Monitoring, yes, we are also monitoring in many areas, and we do usually with the chief of the technical implementing unit, and also we try to find what's the problem. If not, there is no problem, and we can counter. So we just follow up the next procedure. Verification, if there is something a problem with the document, and we have to make verification both with using the electronic or virtual, and also we may come to the country. I will want to show you how we are spread from Sabang or West Sumatra until the east in Papua. We have many establishments, around 1,085 establishments spread in our province, 34 province, and nowadays we are spread 3 more provinces in Papua. So we now have like 37 provinces, and there are some in remote areas. So for us, it's a little bit difficult to try to monitor and also evaluate, verificate the document. That's why probably one of the solution and will be the remote audit. So we have 47 on almost all province. We have one province, such 2 or 3 implementing unit, and we have supported by at least in technical implementing unit 272. Here, actually, we also like to thanks to UNIDO that we already have the very good collaboration since 2020 until 2021, and we like to continue for the collaboration in supporting the technical assistant. Actually, by the collaboration, we already have 140 inspector in fees, and also more than 50 establishment that already facilitated by UNIDO. But if I could mention that in one implementing unit, if we need 5, so 47 around 250 should be needed trained by the UNIDO. So we also need to next future collaboration, especially not only for the inspector, but also for the industry and also the establishment. Because and up to now, there are many industry that already inspect by the remote audit, but for the establishment, we still have more train and also more attention to make them become available to be a remote audit. As previous speaker, we also find some benefit also and also some challenges, but fortunately we have to have spirit to counter the disadvantage or challenges to be the remote audit as one choice to have to be done in the country like us, widespread country where there are many small islands, there are many people that actually need to be pay attention. Like the previous speaker, we also that identify that saving time, the cost of the remote audit will be one of major priority. For us, for the cost on travel usually is big challenge, big need to be done, to be accounted, because you know when I show you the widespread of Indonesia, so not only cost of time but also cost of travel, and also with the remote audit we can also directly train the inspector while they are seeing the process, so they also can have the same perspective from the preparation until collecting document, and also until the procedure if they need some corrective action to be done. And the third useful approach actually also will be given to the very high level industry with low risk. If the industry have already audited many times, so we can trust them, we can believe them that the remote audit can be done also. But for the new factory and the new establishment, actually we need to combine actually. If there is remote audit, but also we have to check physically, come to the field, come to the establishment, come to the industry, so the lack of information can be avoided. The last, almost the same also with the previous speaker, but that we also have challenge about the week of digital skills, and we may, or that I mentioned, we may increase the capacity of the human being by training. And we also invite all of you that have some viewpoint, the similar viewpoint as us can also be collaborate with us. And also we have a problem with the connection, but we have the Ministry of Communication Information. I will try to encounter the problem by communicating with them. Probably we can make some a power plan or power to communication, and we can decrease the problem of the connection. And also we need some very specific camera, very precise camera that can be done to inspect the objective, and also wide covering all of the view, the point of view of the sample, because sometimes only in the middle, but we cannot catch up in the edge. So the camera would be one of the important thing to the audit. And also usable use of the yeah, everybody say that it's must be difficult for the remote if we cannot smell, if we cannot touch, if we cannot communicate to the product directly. So this is also we find it in our experience, and more time consuming. Yes, Cambodia also told us that time consuming is also the previous speaker, that because of the lack of communication and unstable internet and something, we need more time, and also time zone. We in our country, we have 3 time zone for the east and central, and also in the west. We have 1 hour difference from the west to the central to the east, 1 hour difference. So not only with the country, but inside our country, we also facing the time zone. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pamuchi, for the interesting insights in Indonesia. Last but not least, Javier tells us some experience which he encountered as being part of the European Commission. Javier, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the ones present here, and good day to the remote attendees. And I don't think that this is my presentation, sorry. No. Anyway, before the presentation gets up, I would like to thank the organizers for avail this opportunity. For us, for the Commission, in this case, for our office, it's very important to share our experience regarding remote auditing. And as I was introduced, I work for the Health and Food Audits and Analysis Directorate, which is part of DG Sante, DG Health and Food Safety. And we were known as the Food and Veterinary Office. Of course, that we have experience in auditing, as our colleague from Uganda was highlighting. At the moment, we have a team with them. Thank you. And we do around 200 audits per year in EU member states and third countries. And what is important to highlight, and what we do is system audits. We don't do inspections. We basically verify how the competent authority develop and implement the controls, and we cover wide areas and within the SPS domain. Of course, like everyone, we were struck by COVID and or the default working system, which was we'll say the traditional audit on the spot, have to stop, and we have to reconvert to remote auditing. I have to say, to be fair, that before COVID, we had some activity that was remote, especially with the small trading partners, and sometimes with the security situation didn't allow us to be on the spot. That's why we have to adapt. Like many organizations, we have to improve our ICT systems. And from there, we have to start performing the remote audits. Our procedures have to be adapted, but not that much. We have certainly to change our procedures in the sense that we had to put more emphasis during the remote audit in gathering data, as some of the speakers highlighted before, and analyze this data before establishing the meetings. And this data, of course, refer to how the control system works, and this includes from the legal acts, giving powers to the competent authority to perform the controls, to the control records themselves, and the follow-up records in order to correct the deficiencies identified during these controls. Our reporting, again, didn't change very much in the sense that we have to produce an audit report, and the same time frames applied for a traditional audit. What probably is important to highlight is what are our objectives, what we are set to do when we are carrying down an audit. And basically, we ask ourselves three main questions. One is there a control system in place? Can the system work? And actually, the third question is, does the system work in practice? Is really delivering, is effective? And to be honest, certainly what we found is that the remote audits could answer the first two questions, no problem, but somehow is limited in order to answer the third questions. And as we saw that we have to evaluate how the officials perform the controls on the ground, it's very hard to follow virtually an official delivering the controls. And that's why we opt not to visit within or remote audit any operators. And of course, there are other challenges there, as they were highlighted by the previous speakers, like the internet connection and the quality of the images and all that. But certainly we took the decision not to virtually visit operators. And of course, the answer to the third question can be limited. And that's something to bear in mind. Challenges. I think that there is an array of challenges that were highlighted by the previous speakers. And from the most basic one, that is, can we really connect? Is the document sharing working? And these, of course, are linked to, we are using interpretation most of the time. And there are challenges because the interpreters sometimes are not in the same location that the auditee is, and if there is not good quality sound, the communication doesn't work. But one thing that we noted since the beginning that we started to carry out the remote meetings is that certainly we cannot expect our auditors to work in a remote meeting the same hours that on the spot. I've been on the spot many times working 7-8 hours, no problem. But certainly in a virtual setting on the screen, it's really hard to do meetings over 4 hours. That's why most of our meetings are half a day. And other challenge that we saw is the confidentiality, the reticence by competent authorities to share documents belonging to operators or to themselves, because maybe the security of the sharing platform is not adequate, or there's other considerations. And then when we are working on the screen and we get a document, the speed and we process the information is much slower. When we are on the spot, you are able to gather a bunch of documents and go through them and pick certain lines, get the interpreter over your shoulder to translate. This process, of course, is slow enormously when you are doing a remote exercise. And the time span of the whole exercise, we have to allow for technical meetings before, as they were highlighted before, in order to ensure that connections work, even if sometimes doesn't guarantee that the day that you have your opening meeting or your regular meetings work. And this expands the whole exercise. As I was saying, the meetings cannot last that long. That means that we have more meetings. Sometimes we separate them in alternative days in order to be able to exchange electronically documentation. And again, the data that we gathered, can we take any screenshots of the documents? Can we store them? There are certain challenges. What we have learned, well, certainly is very clear. And now we are in an environment that we are getting questions asked about our carbon footprint, environmental consequences of our work. And certainly no one can dispute that the remote audit is a green and alternative to an on-the-spot audit. I'm not so sure how much partially remote audit is greener, but certainly I think that it's a little bit greener. And what is clear for us is that in a remote audit setting, we need to put more energy and more emphasis in audit preparation and analysis of the data, because you need to prepare your meetings properly. They are shorter, they have to be targeted. Otherwise, there is precious time that is wasted. And overall, we see, and our auditors tell us all the time, that it takes more time from the human resource point of view to carry out a remote audit that audit on the spot. And certainly, and as I was highlighting before, answering to this question is, does the system really work? The answer sometimes that we get might not be fully accurate, because we are missing certain elements. And this is very much related to the openness of the competent authority and the trust that the competent authority has in the auditors in this case, or in the audit process. And we came across very open competent authorities and others that they were not so open. And certainly we see that some of the topics that we cover are more suitable for the remote setting. For example, as they were mentioning before, to visit remotely a laboratory. It's certainly more suitable that visit remotely a slaughterhouse to see how the official performs the controls there. Where are we now? Well, during 2020 and 21, we carried a significant number of remote audits, over 150. And since late 2021, early 2022, what we decided is to move to mainly hybrid, partially remote, blended approach, where we have certain number of meetings before we go on the spot to the country. And we are talking about the opening meeting in most of the cases, and some meetings in order to establish how the system should work and to see if the system can work. And then we'll go on the spot in order to verify how the system is implemented, in order to be able to answer to the question if the system works. But I have to say that we have learned a lot performing these remote audits, and some of our so-called projects or audit themes or some areas of work have been enhanced, and we are performing remote audits of certain small exporters that we have enhanced, for example, because we don't have the resources to be in every country quite often. But certainly this is our experience. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer to any question.
Thank you, Javier. But I think before we do the questions, and I see some coffee-hungry faces over here, so we won't take it long. I think overall, in common, what we could have seen from the 5 cases over here is that remote audit is the new tool on the block, I would say. It's never going to replace the physical one, but certainly blended or hybrid approaches are possible, what we've seen so far, which is good. I have a question for Claudia. Claudia, how can remote auditing and verification practice be improved on a global scale? We've seen the country part, but how can we improve it on a global scale?
Thanks, Jan. From our point of view, we think remote audits would improve with the development of guidelines on general procedures and minimal ICT requirements, aiming at the transparency and consistency of the process and consumer protection and fair trade, avoiding its use as a barrier to trade, for example.
Thank you. And perhaps, Pamuchi, if you see this going on, and is there a need to regulate this on a global scale, that we're having all the same procedures in place and
Yeah.
planning horizons, etc., etc.?
Thank you very much. Actually, by sharing our experience, it will also going global, but we have to have the same platform for the line countries and also agreed for the procedure. So like the standard or guideline for food safety management system also have to be coordinated, discussed, and the organization like Codex can be also maintain this kind of global platform. Also, we have to involve many stakeholders like partners, especially for the researchers and also for the universities, and us also with the province and district. So the platform or the procedure internationally will be implemented very good in industry and also for the establishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps one more question from our audience before we go for our lunch or coffee or whatever we are dying for at the moment, because it's been a long morning. Yeah, in the back, please.
Good morning and good afternoon. My name is Suha Arar from State of Palestine. In the one of this presentation slide now, there is some point very important about that we can't, or it is too difficult to decide about contamination when we apply remote audit. This point is the most important thing in inspection and in food safety and audit. How can we dissolve this issue even though we are not physical there? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to take this question? It's about contamination, which we cannot see or feel or maybe during a remote audit. Javier, perhaps, because you had in your speak, I don't know for sure if it worked.
But maybe I'll try to answer from our perspective, and certainly this is a huge challenge, and I totally agree with you. And it's something that is always on our mind, especially to me that my background is basically in meat, for example. And one of the questions that we ask ourselves is, if we are doing a remote audit and we are in an abattoir, can we really see if the carcasses are not contaminated, or what's the level of contamination? There are certainly many challenges there. But I think that at the end of the day, this is really the only solution is what I mentioned before, is for the competent authority openness, in the framework of the audit. It's working, and I think that is a question of trust and sharing information from the competent authority perspective, which sometimes I understand that competent authorities are reluctant to share, but it's a question of, in a remote setting, of openness. Of course, I think that technology will keep evolving, and we'll be able to have, as the colleagues were saying, better equipment in order to share this type of images or information. But I think that things will keep evolving anyway. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Based on our experience in Indonesia, usually we do booth. We also doing the remote audit or inspection. We also go to the field if there is some, strings case. So for hybrid, I think for two activities will be very good. Also, we rely on for the industry that have been audited. Usually they are not have any contamination, because for the experience many times we doing the audit, they have no contamination or disease in there or another viruses, so we can trust them to be done for the next remote audit. Thank you.
Good. It's time to wrap up. Please join me in thanking our wonderful speakers with their challenges they face with remote audits. I would thank you for your attention and enjoy your lunch, coffee, and the rest of the session this afternoon. Thank you.
All right. So what I want to take you through is the food safety platform. And when you say a platform, it's very complicated to a very complicated name. So make it a bit simple. It's a website and an app that a food business can use, and it's got many aspects to it, like what you can check in a day. So when you look at a hazard-based program or a traditional approach to food safety inspections, what we say is that, okay, a business has to follow certain rules, and one of the rules is ensuring hygiene in the food facility. So if you are running a food business, then you're expected to put some records in place. So for instance, cleaning record or a temperature record, and show to the inspector what is being done as an evidence of an action. So when you look at that kind of a data, everything goes onto the paper, and inspector goes once in a while to the place to look at whether that inspection has been, whether the person in charge of food business has completed their task, and then they would say, okay, it looks good, and gives a score. So what we did is we thought, like, okay, why are we doing this in a paper? Why don't you give an app to them? Because people are all familiar with WhatsApp, Facebook, so they're quite comfortable into entering the data into an application. And if we do that, then inspector doesn't have to go there, but we can see that the business is active or not. So we look at the business digitally, so we don't have to visit them physically. And when you talk about remote inspections, as we heard, it is an inspection itself. But here, the data comes in, and we have systems that conduct inspection without a human intervention. So you're basically looking at a business and saying that it is active because they are doing the checks regularly, and the system itself gives an output. So when you log in, and I'm going to share the screen here as a food business. Yeah, so I'm gonna log into the application, and here's the app. Okay, here. So let me log out and log in again. So I'm using a dummy account here just to show you how it works. I don't want to make it very complicated because we got multi-user accounts. It's slow.
It's homegrown, right?
And I'm gonna log in as a manager of a food business. And as soon as I log in, I get my score on my screen, and also any notification that has come from the government agency. So as a department in charge of food safety, we might have to tell something to them. So in this case, we've sent a message to that restaurant saying that you have egg products in your menu, so you need to register your supplier of eggs, because we consider eggs as a high-risk product. We've had a lot of salmonella outbreaks, and we would like the businesses to trace the eggs to their suppliers, so they can keep like one layer of safety. And any other announcement regarding a conference or program gets announced here. So when they log in, that's the first thing that they see. So they have to act when they see an alert. So you don't have to send a memo telling them that you need to follow a rule or not. Instead, you send a digital message. And it has the image of the person. And when you go into the profile, you see their qualifications. And that comes from our training centers that give food safety qualifications. All the details of the person are available. So these are all things that come from the person in charge.
In charge of the food business.
Absolutely. But then this person can be moving from one business to another, connected to multiple businesses. So the profile is independent of the person. And the profile keeps adding the qualifications as they go. And also every person has a score that gets built over time. So just like playing Farmville or any game. So it kind of gamifies the whole process of a person involved in food safety. And in bold letters, you can also see that the person is not active. That means that the person has not been conducting checks as we require. So it's not meant to go live. It takes a score from the previous week. So if I go and check now, it doesn't change to active status, but it picks a score from the previous week and it tells you what went wrong. And it also looks at the scores in very different aspects. So some of the checks are done in the morning. We've got like processes that have to be checked, like cooking or cooling processes. We also look at how they check their suppliers, deliveries. So every aspect is checked, and depending on their roles, they might be using different types of checks. In the left toolbar, you can see a whole lot of things that they can act on, and that depends on what business I'm connected to. So if I'm connected to a restaurant, so here, those are the 4 businesses that I'm as a person in charge connected to. And if I go into my business information, I can edit the information about the business that I'm linked to. And I also can conduct an inspection for that business right away from the left toolbar. And I can also manage suppliers. So here's a tool that we use for businesses like restaurants, for instance. I might be getting food from like 20 different places. So how do I make sure that my supplier is also a registered user and has got basic food safety controls in place? So a normal way would be to ask the supplier, can you give me the documents of approval? Can you show me an inspection report that you've had? Instead of this, we tell them to just search. So I want to get an egg supplier. I'll just select the name of the company, or just put a category. It's food, and I just say, give me egg supplier. And I get all the suppliers who can supply egg for my place. And I can add them, and I don't want to add this now, it's a live platform. But once I added it, I can see a bit about the details of that company. And it has a lens icon here on the right. And if I click on the lens, I can see the business grade, which comes from our food inspection system. So it tells you that that's a D grade business, and I don't want to buy the food from there. So, and you can, if you want to take it, but you can ask further questions like, why are you in D grade? Maybe they had an issue that got fixed, but inspector is not updated. But it's a very simple tool to just communicate between the businesses. So if our reports are still on a document, it can still be digital and not be available for the businesses. And it could be on your wall, but not available to the businesses. Here, by just creating a small channel that links businesses, there's an incentive for businesses to do well now. So if I get a D grade and I get rejected as a supplier, my incentive is to go back and clean up things so that I can be recognized as a supplier again. So that's how it works. And you can also agree and disagree to connect. So if both parties agree, then they get a green icon here. So just a simple link that I'm getting this food from this supplier, so that they can build up their supplier database. So we have companies where they've got like hundreds of suppliers in their database. Yeah, we register, and then we also allow them to connect between them. That we don't monitor.
When I have
So,
the app, then I can.
absolutely, yes, you can do what you want, and also.
But the suppliers see each other.
Yeah, they see each other because they see each other's grade, but they don't get each other's information.
Oh.
So you can only see what I am supposed to sell you.
Public.
Yeah, grade is public. Absolutely, absolutely. And an important thing is that you can also see what they can sell you. So you cannot go to a vegetable supplier and tell them, give me eggs, because they're not authorized to be a supplier of that. So it also makes sure that that company has got facilities. So when you register the businesses, you kind of create a criteria, because the licensing is based on what you can, and a meat supplier has a meat supplier license and so on. So this is a very detailed platform, so I can talk about it for like an hour.
As a regulator, do you have a grade which indicates that you have been suspended?
Absolutely. No, because we give the grade, so we have an inspection platform which works separately. It's an e-learning platform where I can look up at, say, instead, I give an example of an egg safety issue, right? So I can go here and I can learn about X safety measures that are in place by simply clicking on my e-learning module. Now, what you're seeing here is the web portal, and easier thing to do is to look at the what you call as the app portal, which is our favorite, because app is meant to be more dynamic and it's easy for people to download, use. So on a web, people get confused as to where the icons are. And like, if I ask you, where is the messenger? You'll have to really look at where the messenger is, because messengers are used for us to, we use it to communicate with the businesses. But if you go into an app, which I'm going to share now, and you can use it on your, like without, okay. So let me got the screen here. So I want one of you to try it. Okay. So if you're a manager, you can just log in. And can you tell me what, without any training, okay, let's click on login, right? Without any training, if I tell you, can you perform the checks that you're supposed to do daily, where are you going to click?
My checks.
Absolutely. So go and click on my checks.
No, not like this.
Right. So you're starting your business in the morning. What are you supposed to check? All right. Now try checking and see what happens. Right. So you can imagine you're a restaurant owner. What are you going to say? Okay. Say yes if you want to. Right. So now what are you going to say? So now say bad.
I said bad.
Try bad.
Okay.
Try bad.
Try bad.
Right. So you can just close it by giving a remark. Or in an advanced user, it will ask you to take an action, to report, and so on. So he's a basic user now, so I'm not going to, that's why it's called easy business then. So now you go back. Yeah, and keep saying good. Yeah. And then what is simple question here? Right. 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 Yeah.
Good. Continue to scale out without play working.
Yeah.
Temperature for children for the good.
Right.
Security this photo.
So you're learning as you're going, right?
Yes.
So now click on activity.
Activity.
So you select it, and now an instant report goes to your contractor. So you don't need to do anything, just add your contractor's details, and the contractor gets a notification saying that there's a pest problem in this particular.
When did we select the contractor?
Yes, it's already. It has never been, I think I don't have any other comparable stories. So here, I'm going to close the checklist. And it's a government that owns it. Now, if I go into process, you can do the same. So I can, as an advanced user, I can, when I share the screen.
Can we edit the checklist or is it predefined?
Some of them are predefined, but we also have editable versions, but it's controlled because the data would get like, altered if you do that. So you have to be careful when.
Yeah, where I have another question or another.
So we have customization.
Yeah.
So if I'm a supermarket, I use a different checklist. So what you saw here is a checklist which a small business has to use. If I'm a warehouse, I have a different checklist. If I'm a restaurant, I'll be using the process check. So in this, you look at what you're receiving. So I can select a product and I say I'm receiving hot food, and then I can. So we don't specifically say fish, that it's a chilled food, right? So you can select a chilled food, and I can report a temperature problem. But on the other hand, if I have a delivery coming in, the system checks the vehicle transaction records, and I can put a plate number of a vehicle here, and it says that this vehicle is not registered, and it reports immediately to the government that it's an unreported vehicle. So you kind of looping everything up, and then if I tell you, find out where you can learn about something. There's a subscription cost, as I was telling you yesterday. Yeah, and so this is the thing. So it's a thing. How much does it cost is your decision. Because, like in some cases, it's not an exorbitant cost because businesses are already spending for regulations, like the businesses paying because they did not do the right thing. So you need to get that money saved up, give them incentives because you're doing the right thing, you get better business. And so you select the language. Or you want- Yep. Drop down. Yep, done. Done. Select a topic that you want to learn about, personal hygiene, and select a mode.
When you started the checkup, we didn't select any contractor or any to whom we are sending the results.
It doesn't. So when your results get accumulated on your own table. So I could be a manager and I could have a senior manager who's looking at my data, or I could be just recording it because I want to record it, you know?
But you are inspecting now some.
Oh, this is not inspecting. No, this is only for the business to inspect their own business.
Their own business.
Inspections
Okay.
are completely different.
Okay.
Inspectors do so here you get your training materials. So if you want to use Foodwatch, the training materials already there. No, this is
It's just web-based.
absolutely. So the learning materials are not meant, but you can find it on YouTube. Like a lot of these.
They are all downloaded from the web.
It's their own, you know, so
Anyway.
we can always share with you if you want to.
Okay.
That these are all public information.
Of course, yeah.
So we also have like simple functions, like if I have a recall alert, you just notify them by an alert, you know. So if you have a service that you want from the management, you can go into managed service and get your services. So it literally connects with anything that you want to do. Like, so app kind of is an interface where we connect with the business and we kind of interact with them. So between the platform and the app, like the data also is really crucial because as I showed you earlier, when you're looking at this, you're not just looking at an app, but there's a whole lot of data that goes in. And we kind of use that as our tool to understand what happens in the city, you know, like where are the pest notifications coming from? So if we give an application to them to report pest, that's not the end of the story. What we're looking at is where are the roof rats getting reported from? Who's the contractor who's working in this area? Can we see whether there's a pesticide problem there where they are using pesticides, but they're not really cleaning up the place? Do we have cleaning issues? And we also, answering your question on inspections, we also have inspection tools that work. So we also look at this data in comparison with what an inspector is doing. So just a quick glance, this is live data again. So we have the data that comes from our inspection systems. So here we're looking at what happens in the city and where are the pest problems coming from. And this is the data analytical part. So what you saw is an interface.
Inputs, yeah.
So here we get data from our food sampling. So if you look at it, our test reports are here. So here you're looking at the geographical density of the problems. Where do you see your rat problems? Where do you see your cleaning issues? And we can also see correlations like, do you have cleaning issues? And then that's followed by the rodents coming in there. Is there a connection between temperature and time? Where do you see, like most inspectors look at whether there's a business improvement or not. So you can also see whether there's a business improvement over time. Seasonal variations, and you know, like we can also even see how the inspectors mark violations, for instance. Now this comes from our inspectors dashboard. Inspectors have separate tools for inspection.
Then it speaks into the system.
Right. See, when you look at it, it looks very expensive. Actually, this is a free software available with your Microsoft package. It's just that nobody uses it. So it's Power BI. So you just get the data from any app, push it to your dashboard, and you can make if you have a location tracker on, or you have registered your location anywhere, rest is Google's job, you know, like it gives you whatever tool you want to, and then whatever you want to show. So even in basic Excel, you can actually do a lot of these things in today's world. So we think it's very expensive. It's just the way of looking at cost differently here. And here's the thing, like, you know, some of these simple tools are not spoken about because nobody would sell it, like, because everybody sells complex software. But these tools are right on your desk. I mean, just like using PowerPoint, you know. And I can create the same thing on Excel, actually, just the same data. So when you design systems, what you didn't realize is that that data is designed to capture in a separate or a distinct way so that I can see this result in a distinct way. Because if I put like a question, show me all the rat infested areas, I can do that now because I had a question whether there is a rat or a roof rat. When you marked it, specifically asked you, I didn't ask you whether it was a pest, but the system asked you, is there a rat, cockroach? Because that makes sense because for us, that's a very valuable data. So then you say, hey, what pesticide am I using? I'm having flies, but I'm using a pesticide that works for so this is probably like 1% of the whole data story. And like, there are 99 other stories that I can tell you, in any direction. We can look at the efficacy of our control measures. Are the inspectors doing the right job? Are our regulators, are the information going to the people in the right way? So I sent a big department letter. Did they even know about it? Because you will see that next day, 99% of people have not reacted to it.
Every inspector is coded in India, right?
Every inspection, every point that they mark is coded there.
The
So,
entire value chain, right?
and these are not built in one day, like, because inspection systems are already there. Don't also like, inspection systems today are publicly available. There's so many platforms that you can get, except that you need to ask them for the data, because most of them give you an inspection dashboard which tells you how many problems are there, but they don't tell you that that data can be utilized in a different way because they don't know. They don't know what is the public health objective. They just tell you it's an inspection tool, so you don't have to write on a paper, you just write it here. But that's not what it is. It's about the trends that you get from the data. So the whole exercise is about how much data you have. Are we in time? Yeah, how much data you have and how you analyze the trends. So let me also take you through the toolbar.
So I need to register for the app?
You cannot access it because it has to come from a controlled registration too. Because we kind of give it to only business owners who are registered in Dubai. So I'm actually connected to my server. So there's a pre-registration manual process there with checks and measures, because we need to know what your role is, what your qualification is, because it decides what functionalities you get. Because it can be really confusing for you if you get the functionalities of an inspector. The inspector sees the world completely differently. But when you start something simple, you don't need to go that far. Why is mine?
They're up.
So Power BI is independent of the app. So what we do is like the dashboards are connected differently, mainly from our data servers. So all the data from all systems come into our database. So we get data from our inspections, we get data from imports, we get data from sampling. You can go in any direction. So if you want to look at imports, we can see what products came in, what are we going to go short now, what we can do for the future. Our inspection, as I told you earlier, sampling tells you what products have failed. And all of them get into our Power BI dashboards. And the benefit is then you can match where I have controls in food business. Do I have less failure of samples? Or what businesses I mark as A and B grade? How is the food like in our laboratory testing? And this is something that most businesses or most governments do, right? We test a lot, but we don't really check whether that business is looking really good in the front, because what you want last to happen is a very good looking business, or when you walk in, everything is fantastic and very poor food safety. So that DESI can be covered with data, where you look at the back end and say that no, that's not what's going on. Or you can say that your sampling protocols would check what an inspector marks as an A or B grade. I would check them more frequently for laboratory sampling to indicate to find indicators of whether they have a better compliance with an evidence and testing. So that is another set of data. So you can set it the way you want to. So some of our dashboards work live because it's meant to be used live. But most of the data sets are working in the midnight because that's the slow time. And some of the systems, like we call it legacy systems, which been using from 2007, 2010, they're very slow and the databases are very complicated. So what happens is that if you run a live database and connect with those dashboards, you can have massive system crashes. So what we do is we compartmentalize and try and avoid as much live as possible on the working dashboard. And also not all people access these things, so you don't want it to burst your data. And these are things which we learn often, so there are things that we would do differently for our data structure, for instance, or even the software that we use or the coding mechanisms that we use, or tools that we use to build applications can be very, very different depending on what your objective is. So these are experience-based learning. And when you look at app today, these apps are very inexpensive today. But the data story behind it can be a bit complicated because app will tell you an information about the check. But how do you use that information? That is really, really crucial because that needs a good understanding of food safety and what are the leading indicators, and also not to punish businesses for giving the data, because the last thing you want to do is to make them a victim, because then you're not going to get any data. And a lot of people also ask us, so can't I lie on a system? And you can always lie, except that it gets coded with the time. So I always say that, when you lie, the only problem here is that it tells you exactly when you lied, and you have to lie every day at the same time. So if you do a startup check, I cannot come in and say, when did you arrive 10 o'clock? So I cannot do a startup check at 1 p.m. It's not startup, So you're leaving a track, and you can pencil whip if you want to, but that's very easily traceable in a trend curve. You say 20 days together on a data that I cannot fix is a problem. So we always say that. Where the
like where you need to pick up, for example, where there's those alerts and then you
like a vehicle, like a food transportation vehicle rejection. Look at a classical system that you will have in a hazard-based approach. So a business delivery gets fish, for instance, and fish is going for sushi. All right, I want to make sure that the temperature is good. If temperature is not good, I'm going to reject it, write it on a paper. And the fish comes at 4 a.m. in the morning, supplier is not even out, right? So the delivery guy is just delivering it to you. You call the supplier, nobody's going to pick up, manager comes at 10. What you end up doing is you put that in the paper and you forget it completely, So you may call in whenever you remember, maybe a day or two later. And by the time you call, you've got all other 2 deliveries, right? So, and you don't have an option, maybe you just have 1 supplier. So here, what happens when you check and when you mark something here as a delivery problem is that your supplier is immediately notified that there is a problem. When the supplier wakes up in the morning, they see a notification from your client saying that I got an important client who said that my fish was not delivered properly, and a warning has been issued there directly. Now I have 2 more warnings, and I have a risk of losing my client. So it serves an incentive for them on a very prompt action. Same with pest problems that I said earlier. Most people forget during the work that I had a problem earlier because they get busy later. So you have to close that gap between reporting and recording. So recording and then reporting and an action from your supplier, because you're not the one who's acting, your supplier is acting, and that information has to go to the supplier in the fastest way possible. So by connecting people, it's just like how we connect on Instant Messenger,
Yeah, but then is there an interface between like the three dashboards, supplier, authority, and then the user registered, right?
So they're all registered. Now they
maybe like such an
they all see their own place, right? So as a supplier, I know my space. I got a notification from my client. So my space would show that there is a notification from my client, and it will go into my pending action. So so there is an action. So here's your alert. So if you do anything, it goes into alerts here, and let's see that. It's not here.
So that's what
the mobile app.
You need it, because they're all live database. You can you can. So it depends on how you want to design your system, because we didn't keep a remote option for this for a reason.
Sometimes we don't have internet.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So we are assuming that all our businesses have regular internet. And also when you have a remote upload, there are other problems that come in with systems, and like you need traceability, timings, and so on. So we didn't have a pressure for that, so that's why we didn't go for it.
We're looking for advice service, right?
Probably as only for the that comes with your Microsoft.
If I want to replicate it in
So you wouldn't go. Yeah, this is your web interface. I think it's a very what do you call it? Very dependent on how many features you want to pick up. But I think it could go from a very basic app. How many users are we talking about?
Oh, yeah.
So it depends on how many users, how detailed you want. See, there are actually applications like Google Forms is a very simple tool for doing inspection. You can actually get the data on Google Forms and put it on Power BI. So you can even have a free digital software if you really want to. I use SurveyMonkey for a lot of our inspections. Yeah. These are all very, so if you want to go for a cost, I can say it could be anything from $250,000 to $25,000. I mean, to
Why is it they always talk about
$2 million.
$100,000 now?
That's the thing. It depends on what you're asking and what the understanding of that person is, right? I am a food safety person, so I know exactly what you want. But if you're talking to an IT company, they may not know what you want. So they have a idea about inspection.
So one of them that can get the contact.
Definitely. I mean, see, and it all, these are very interesting communications that you have between food safety authorities and an IT person, because both of them do not know each other. So when you go and say, I want an inspection system, the person is thinking about some complicated program, they would say $5 million.
How many users do you have for you?
57,000 live users, and I think.
7,000 users. The company is registered everywhere. Oh, that's what you did.
And then we have got 250,000 registered people who can access it. Everybody who is interacting with the platform. And so this is your summary of scoring that comes in. So you can see your inspection grade here. And also, if I want to, it comes from your checks, from your inspector's grade. And a simple thing which we do is here. So this is a very, one of my favorite tools on FoodWatch. So here, I want to get a product from somewhere.
Why you have a time? 30 minutes.
It's because after some time it logs you out.
Okay.
So I can go into, and here I'm looking at a general services, and I want to pick up a service from Dubai. And as I told you earlier, I want a sushi grade fish supplier. And we have tagged some businesses separately. So I select a sushi grade fish supplier because we consider that as a risk, and we've already categorized that. And I got all the seafood suppliers who get a seafood. Now we go to entity details. Now this is a customer interface and a consumer interface. So if you scan this, you can get it on your phone, and I can share it with anyone anywhere in the world. Not on this. It is only meant for validation.
Something hypothetical. We start with 500 pounds and 150 inspectors. And we want assistant veteran inspections and register plans, improvements. How much would that cost?
I think probably around. Okay.
That money goes in.
Inspection software development and setting. But it's probably the maximum. I think negotiable. Company with how much is that? It depends on the software companies. So it depends on how much data volume do you expect, how are you going to host it. So there's so many variables, but these are. You probably would need more details. And here's the thing, cost is highly variable depending on your resources. And as he was asking, do you want a remote audit functionality where you don't expect internet? Maybe you want to have a remote audit. Absolutely. So now it's an interactive one, and you can see the grade of the business. You click on the food safety rating, you would get the food safety rating. You can see if you have a HACCP certification. Yesterday, we talked about digital certification. So here, I go here. So that means that this person is not on the. So we also have a hiding mechanism here. The lower grades do not get public. So it could also mean that they have a D.
Don't go there.
So this is actually a supplier. And no inspection can mean more alerts also, because that also means that it needs some information to collect.
So you basically publish
On the
the
cube.
good ratings.
Here.
You publish the ones with the good
A, B, and
ratings.
C is available, but on the back end, you can get it. Like if you are going through, this is a public one.
You can do
It goes to the consumers. But once you want to go into a supply management platform, you see the grade. Because that's meant to be, this is a consumer interface. You can just scan it.
You get it. It's not working.
Really? So it's very important to get the consumers on, and for this, we have the menus of restaurants, and we also put calories and that's another big story. So we have the nutrient analysis, calorie intake, so you can look at allergens, everything from the menu. So we also, so this serves as a completely different purpose for the consumers. So if I use the same for a restaurant, I'll see the I can just look up at
You have a graph where you can track your progress.
Last year you had, still doing that.
those are like advanced dashboards.
Yeah.
So that's used at the business level. So here's a Mekong restaurant. That's one of our popular restaurants in Dubai's Palm. So here we have the menu. So just go here. You can, so as a consumer, if I scan it, I get my digital menu. So during COVID, it was very popular. So just go into my digital menu, see the calories. So that's a whole different aspect of the watch
That is for a business.
as a consumer.
Yeah.
So every stakeholder, you give some value, you know, so everyone has something to do with the application. So this was built over 5 years, and every month we kind of deliver a new feature. So we keep it's called agile methodology. But if you look at most softwares, what you do is you give a set of requirements, say, oh, give me a software. They will build for 1 year and then give you a software. By the time you get it, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want this. So what we follow is an agile methodology. So you build every piece slowly, and then you go back and correct it. Okay, this went wrong. Consumers are. So agile methodology is a bit expensive because of the roll-on cost. And that's
always evolving.
so that's why I said like it's one French fries for us in Dubai per day per business.
Wow.
But we say like it's around $1 per day. But if you look at any digital platforms in the market, you're paying like way more than that as a subscription cost, you know.
Yeah.
And then you look at how much can businesses save in time, efforts, because their service online. You don't need to wait to know your supplier. You can act immediately. You can save your resources, and also plus it is increasing competency of people who are using it, right? So every person is learning how to be in the digital world, and food and food safety has always been out of this. They use it for ordering, but they don't use it for food safety. So it's also a message to the community that we take this business seriously, and I have to put my money there to make sure that the community is protected, because then you don't want to end up with an outbreak that would lead to further loss, you know. So it's about keeping your tourists, it's about keeping your, so that value has to be communicated and educated like, very, very strongly to get this message. I think we're gonna.
Do the user get any tutorial or training to use that?
So it's already on the e-learning platform, all the tutorials, but we have trainings every day interacting. Yeah. So we have trainings every day that runs for an hour. So anybody can join. It's on Zoom, so they can just interact. We just do the Zoom webinars, so people can join during a serious time where our support team works. So we have a support team, and that's what the money gets used for, you know. So it gets to every business.
So you talk about country and then.
So I'm going to close my talk, and we're going to go into the next session. Thank you for listening. Thank you, the online ones.
Thank you for sharing. Very I guess you have like a web servers, right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you were able to benefit from the networking session. Sharing experience in data-driven innovation is the objective of our forum. In the next session, we'll hear about the experience of regulators, certification providers, and food safety scheme owners, as well as the industry. In the spirit of public-private partnership, I have the privilege to introduce Monsieur Stéphane Vidry, Global Executive Director of the International Life Science Institute. Monsieur Vidry, à vous l'honneur.
Thank you, Elias. So dear delegates in the room and online, welcome to this session. On behalf of the panel, I would like to thank UNIDO, STDF, and the Government of Australia for organizing this conference and for inviting us on this session. I'm Stéphane Vidry with ILSI, the International Life Science Institute, an NGO with 10 offices around the world that brings together experts from the government, academia, and the private sector to address public health issues related to sustainability, nutrition, and food safety. So the topic of the conference, data-driven innovation in food safety, and our session on the use of data and ICT in food safety for improved audit outcomes and regulatory enforcement function is extremely relevant to our stakeholders. Remote audit, inspections, and verification offers many exciting opportunities and benefits, such as to rethink the entire assessment process and the ability to conduct assessment, for example, in locations that might be difficult to access. Also, in the context of climate change, it helps to reduce the environment footprint. So we hear about satellite mapping, drone to access difficult location. We hear about smart glasses, virtual reality, augmented reality, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, digitalization, and e-signature, real-time data analysis. These technologies offer additional tools in the toolbox for remote assessment. Still, there are a broad range of challenges related to these technologies and infrastructure, data and information processes, and changing organizational culture. We'll hear in this session some concrete examples from our first speaker. So I'll introduce briefly each of them, which will present a set of slides. Our first speaker will be Christina Martins. So living with the conviction that we all have a role to play in making the world a better place, Christina has worked in a variety of roles in the wider food and beverage sector for more than 20 years, where she has taken different roles that have enriched her knowledge and capacity to collaborate with complex and multicultural organizations. In her current role as the Global Product Manager Food at TUV Rhineland, Christina is dedicated to shaping the future of food safety, quality, and sustainability in harmony with the use of the technologies that will disrupt the future of work. Our second speaker will be Peter Kamudi. Peter works for Kenya Plant Health Inspector Service. He holds a BSc in biochemistry and MSc in food safety. He has over 15 years of experience in food safety, specializing in testing of chemical contaminant, food safety audit, and training on food safety subjects. Our third speaker will be Christian Moller. Christian is Chief Executive Officer at Global GAP, Germany. He is passionate about changing global farming practices toward food safety and more sustainability as a result of farmers responding to private sector business incentive. Our fourth speaker will be Claire Rapa-Marley. So she's the head of the Supplier Standard and Audit Program across the Tesco Group. She joined Tesco in 2008 and worked in several senior technical management roles across the USA, UK, and Europe prior to moving to a position 8 years ago. Prior to Tesco, Claire held various senior technical quality and auditing management roles in the food supply base. She is a retailer representative on the Global GAP Integrity Surveillance Committee and BRGS Food Technical Advisory Committee and the Fellowship of the Institute of Food and Science Technology. Our last speaker will be Andrew Choi. She's Deputy Director at the Global Policy and Strategy for Food and Drug Division of the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety of Korea. A month ago, she transferred to a new division from the on-site inspection division. Andrew has been working in food safety area for 16 years of government officer. So you see, we have a diverse panel. I think it's going to be very interesting. And let's now hear about Christina's talk that will address a remote audit experiences.
Okay, so good afternoon, all. Good morning. My experiences that I wanted to share with you is about what happened, and everything started during COVID. So COVID-19 has drastically changed the way we have done our life, and the way that the food sector was adjusted was quite important, because we had to consider new and very innovative ways of meeting the market demands while keeping food safe for consumers and also the workers. So normally the audits that were done, they had to start to be performed remotely, and everything changed. We had to adapt, and I have to say we did it quite well. So by doing remote audits alongside with some risk assessments during COVID, we have helped to minimize the risks and keep food safe for consumers. Personally, I can say that some of these changes have helped us to progress at a pace much faster than it was predicted. So we had to quickly and rapidly adjust to use remote technologies. They were there, but we were not really using it. So we were just jumped in and we had to do it. So remote audit is just a start of how we can use technology to safely conduct audits while maintaining the integrity of the audit process. For some, as I said, we are already using them. For some others, it was a struggle. So to give you an idea of how it was difficult, how it was accepted, there was a survey done by the INF, by ELAC and ISO in July and August 2021 about the outcomes of what people think about remote auditing. And this was mainly not only for certification bodies, but also for assessments and evaluations. So certification audits also for the audits performed or the assessments performed by the accreditation bodies on accreditation bodies, and also from accreditation bodies on certification bodies. So all the type of audits were part of this survey, and the respondents were people which received the audit and also that were auditors or assessors. So the response was a total of 4,320 responses from a long and a panel. And I think we can say the results are quite positive. So 90% of the respondents said that they were satisfied or somehow satisfied with the experience. 80% agreed or strongly agreed that remote audits provide as much confidence as on-site audits. 79 said, okay, we prefer to see blended or remote in the future, probably not always on-site. 91.5% felt that the increased use of remote techniques, not only remote audits, but remote techniques, will provide a stimulus to the use of new processes and also more frequent and shorter audits, and the broader use of data and the greater use of specialists. 97.5% agreed or somewhat agreed that new technologies and alternative techniques should be used in the future. So the main drivers, and I don't want to repeat what all the people and my colleagues before me said, but the main drivers to wanting more remote audits in the future are related at what the answer to the survey. So 98%, they just want to keep their certification, their license to operate, their license to sell. Some of them, 95%, they said, okay, we reduce our environmental footprint and the travel for risk. Some of them said that 87% said that efficient use of the personnel being audited. So we just talk to the people when we need them, don't need to be all of them at the same time. And the opportunity for witness activities in one or more sites, the remote allow us to do it. So 82.5% have voted for that. So these are some of the drivers. And I think I wanted to be positive because I'm very much like remote blended hybrid audits. I think we need to figure out which words we're going to use it. But some of other benefits from using remote techniques is that we can have a deeper and better verification of some aspects. We can review imaging with some more detail, and I think Claire will talk about it. We can see more details when we are remote. We can see documents and records with probably with a little more time. Of course, the auditor will take more time looking at it. The possibility to have more people participating in the audit, which can better highlight the organization experience and expertise, and also can help to promote a better knowledge of what is a third-party assessment. And of course, if we're doing this remote, we are reducing the impact on productivity and also the travel costs and environmental footprint. And there is also the possibility to include more experts. We don't have to be all of them at the same time. So we can use more experts from different areas, and they can all jump in remotely. So this is one of the also the benefits. And one of the things that I quite like, before the one that I like the most, is that you can witness auditors. We can help to train people. So these remote techniques also help to train and to witness auditors, which we have to train. And one of the things that I found it was really interesting by using remote techniques, it is life balance. And when you think, what about life balance? The life of an auditor, it's quite of a challenge. We spend a lot of time on the road, and lately it's been very difficult to gather more people. I work for a certification body, and I think most of my colleagues will say the same. Nowadays, it's difficult to recruit people. People don't want to be auditors anymore. And I believe that the usage of these remote techniques will help also to get new generations on board. It will be more fun, and also to help to have a more life balance. People can stay a little bit more working from home. So maybe we can attract more people. So one of the things that also we said, oh, it's nice, but they don't have to travel. But I have to say that they audit at 3 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, so although that there is no doubt that remote activities are gaining more and more recognition and that they are used more frequently, we still have some question marks and some limiting factors. And we're talking now about food safety audits. Required use of human senses, we cannot easily so far duplicate it. I cannot smell if I'm on my computer. That one is still difficult, maybe one day. Hearing, it's also not so easy. And sometimes we think that our visuals are a bit more limited. Apart from that, we always said that to audit remotely a client that we have for the first time, or a product that we haven't seen, or a new site is also a challenging. And also there is some legislative and regulatory provisions that don't allow us to remote audit. So within the food sector, as I said, there is some controversy, and we still lack some evidence that remote audit can deliver the same level of assurance. And I think we will talk about it. However, I do believe that we should capitalize on what we have learned on these past 2 years, and the use that this disruption is a real opportunity for the agri-food sector to learn and move forward. Remote audits, as they are today, are just part of a journey for a more broader and regular use of technology in food safety. So I just put this lady, and this is not a dream, and this can be done, and we're talking just about augmented reality. Imagine that you have a one-side person that's where a device like you see, and the auditor sitting on his computer can view the facility in real time, and the auditor can effectively direct the on-site person through the site for exactly the places where he wants to see. And this is completely comparable of an in-person or a presential audit. So this is, I think, just a part of it. So despite of all these benefits that I've highlighted, you said, oh, this is great. We have to say that to move on this direction for us as a certification bodies, I cannot just say I'm going to audit a company remotely. It's not just a tick in the box. We have some clear rules and parameters to follow, which are well defined by regulators and specifiers, and that they need to be fulfilled before any decision is taken. So we cannot just decide that company XYZ is going to be audited remotely. So we need to ensure that the objectives and the requirements of the conformity assessment are the same, and the outcomes of conducting the on-site, remote, hybrid, or mixed activities remain equivalent. So whatever is the audit technique that I'm using. So the decision to conduct these activities is taken care and is based on an assessment on feasibility, acceptability, and risk. So before we decide, and this morning, one of the presentations, I said, we have problems, we cannot see some parts, or we do a feasibility with the sites, and we test whatever is the technology that's going to be used is tested beforehand, and we must ensure that, of course, it can fail on the day of the audit, but we have to ensure that it's working and that all the places can be seen. So there is a feasibility assessment and also risk assessments, depending on the type of companies and the type of products. So just to give you an idea, the risk assessment must be transparent. So this is done with the companies we are auditing and inform to them. And we take some aspects on integrity, ability, confidence, safety, and of course, as you can imagine, data security. So the preparation of a remote audit is, let's say, much more detailed because everything has to be seen beforehand. So, as I said, for me, a remote audit is just a booster. This will start, and this will make companies to invest in technologies and techniques that it will change the food sector, and it will be the path towards some revolution in terms of auditing assessments. Digital assurance, which will use data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and IoT devices and other technologies, is the future. So I will leave with a question: what does the future hold for the so much needed assurance in the agri-food sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Indeed, interesting result from the survey. Thank you for sharing your experience. Our next speaker is Peter Kamuti. His presentation will focus on Kenya's experience in remote audits and inspections. Peter?
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, delegates. So my presentation, as the moderator has indicated, I'll be sharing Kenya's experience on the remote audit. And this remote audit is from a perspective of an auditee. My presentation outline, I'll do an introduction where I'll indicate the basis for the remote audit. Then I'll go to the preparations and the execution of the remote audit. Then based on my experience, I'll mention some of the lessons that we have learned. And then my last two slides will talk about advantages and disadvantages of remote audits. For introduction, this remote audit that I'm trying to share the experience was conducted by EU. And we were notified that the audit would be a virtual one. And this one was as a result of the COVID-19 rules. The purpose of the remote audit was to verify the ability of KEFIS official controls to provide phytosanitary compliance. So what kind of systems, official control systems that Kenya through KEFIS has put in place to ensure that whatever we send outside from Kenya complies to those phytosanitary compliance. In terms of preparation now for the audit, we had prior audits, and within internally, we also prepared ourselves for that remote audit. So prior to the audit, we had a virtual meeting by both parties, that's the EU and Kenya, that's KEFIS, and we discussed and agreed on several parameters. One, we agreed on the audit plan, the objectives, and the scope of the remote audit. We also agreed in that virtual meeting the criteria or requirements against which the exporting party, that's Kenya, will be assessed against. We also agreed in the meeting the itinerary and procedures for conducting the remote audit. But internally, as KEFIS, we prepared ourselves for the audit, and we did carry out several issues that were done. One, we put together an audit team for preparation of that remote audit. We also developed an audit and pre-audit program that was to be followed to ensure a proper execution of the remote audit. We also held consultative meetings with the stakeholders that were to be audited during the remote audit. We also reviewed the previous audit findings and the recommendations and ensured that all the proposed corrective actions were implemented. We also procured conference equipment and prepared the conference room for the meetings. We also identified the requirements for the remote audit. Then we did some gathering of the materials evidence that were to be used during an audit. We took videos and the photographs for the audit. And the essence of this was to present to the audit team as close to the real life situation as possible. We also did preparations and submission of required documents, e.g. response to the pre-audit questionnaire and the sum of the completed processes documented, such as the PEST survey reports. We also did preparations or presentations for the audit. For instance, packaging information based on areas to be assessed. For instance, our regulatory mandate, staff capacity and competence, PEST survey reports, diagnostic capacity and data, inspections, and how we handled non-conformities. The virtual audit process, prior to commencing the audit, there was a dry run to test the conference setting. And both teams, EU and Kenya, were certified by the quality of the connectivity. KEFIS also shared copies of legal, process, and procedure documents with the auditors for assessment. The EU and KEFIS audit teams engaged through a video conference setting. The audit was held for 5 days in our 4-hour sessions with a break in between. So we continue. So during the audit, the auditors used the EU regulation and the relevant ISPM standards to evaluate KEFIS procedure, and then asked the auditee to explain in detail how the process is undertaken. Then the auditors will then determine whether that process described by the NPPO adequately provides the necessary assurance for compliance with the standard or regulatory requirements. The auditors requested for documented evidence, such as photos and files, to support the started process that they may be needed clarity or clarification for that matter. And at the end of each session, there was a recap to highlight the business of the day and the preliminary findings. So in terms of data, we were able to share some of the data that was requested by the auditors. And this is an example of some of the data that we shared. This is the interceptions data for ROSIS and CAPSCAM in the year 2018. So we did provide that data as it was requested. We also provided this other evidence for pest-free place of production of chilies. And then we also provided another data that was also requested. And this is evidence on self-checks, quality checks for ROSIS at Packhouse Unitec. Sorry, okay. So the final audit results, observations, and recommendations were shared after 2 weeks. KEFIS did evaluate the recommendations and developed an action plan to close the gaps highlighted by the audit. The action plan developed from the report then was shared with the auditors for ratifications, and then the ratified action plan is then implemented by the NPPO. So from our experience, then what did we learn from this remote audit? We learned that prior planning and coordination is important for smooth and successful audit and saves on time. We also learned the use of proper equipment is important to ensure clear and non-interrupted communication. We also learned through experience, it is a challenge to adequately describe all processes and procedures online. Some aspects are best understood through visual examination. The sampled farms and sites should have virtual connectivity for the auditors to access and view the sites. So what are some of the advantages based on experience as entity? Remote audits significantly are cheaper as the cost of transport, the air tickets and other logistics is actually reduced. Audits may be conducted where difficult circumstances exist and auditors are not able to attend in person, and for the case of COVID-19. Then it also provides an opportunity for learning. Then in terms of pros or disadvantages, virtual audit doesn't offer the opportunity to experience and have detailed examination of the sites and documents as provided by the physical visits. It's also time consuming due to preparations, for example, taking of videos and scanning of all required documents and sending to the auditor. It's also challenging to explain yourself exhaustively on video as compared to an on-site audit. Another disadvantage is that time differentials in between the auditor and entity can also be a challenge. So thank you. That's Kenya's experience with regards to remote audits.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was very informative indeed. Our next speaker is Christian Muller. His talk emphasizes the two main businesses incentive, increasing demand through supply chain transparency and reducing cost for demonstrating compliance, both strongly linked to the use of ICT. So Christian.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for having us here to share this. Well, just very briefly, Global GAP, we are basically a good agricultural practice verification certification standard. 25 years we are here now on this planet, and our major role is to define standards, private, voluntary, third-party assessment standards, majority in fresh fruit and vegetable, but also flower and ornamental. Kenya is quite a big market for us, as you know, and aquaculture. We have some livestock, but that may actually discontinue. We are strong on food safety, but also increasingly going into the sustainable development goals, into environmental and social sustainability. We are a partnership between retailers and farmers producers, but just to give you some names, these are like retailers, some of them are double here, but Tesco to your right is also a strong member with us. So these are retailers that are asking, a majority of them asking from farms that they meet good agricultural practice certification, a Global GAP certificate, which exists on one audit, usually a human audit per year on a certificate level. That is on the food safety and sustainability, about 250 questions per farm. Farmers make a self-assessment, and then the auditor comes, an experienced, good agricultural practice, agricultural engineer, food science with experience, and comes and travels to these farms. Now, you see here the development has been quite static growth, but then already in 2020, you see end of the year, there is a lot of smaller farms by number of farms have discontinued because of business situations, and you see also in 2022 already, we've lost, unfortunately, a very big smallholder group out of Kenya that were causing this because of, well, largely of loss of market and then not continue with this type of certification. Although after having done 5 or 10 years of food safety, part of that is that you are pretty much knowing what's going on. Look at the total area. You see it's also largely an aggregation. So farmers have added land under our certification. These are the open field type of production. Undercover is only like less than 10% of this, doesn't show too much. Now, the new audit technology is what we also came in when it was like everybody else. I don't have to repeat myself here, but how could we had to we couldn't just do it ourselves. We have 160 certification bodies, 2,500 auditors connected to them. So there was an immediate need. The response of one particular global industry group said, no remote, just extend the certificate. Don't go there, just continue with the trust, which wasn't, I don't say the name here, but it wasn't really the way to go. And there was a call for say, hey, we want to show proof. So what we wanted to is we extended quickly our document review, and then we added this virtual interactive meeting. And how this been done, this has been done into one of experiences within 4 weeks. So you make a document review, you send the documents over what you had, you request those. These are spray sheets, these are qualifications of workers, these are field maps, etc., and photos as well. And then there will be this provided certain elements, this virtual link. As you can see in May 15, that was like in Germany, we had like March 16, we sent our people home or not come to the office anymore, everyone on Teams, one day to the other. It was lucky we were prepared with that already, but it took us until May, which is then March, April, May, 2 months only, where we were doing a full consultation online with all our stakeholders to arrange, as what wasn't there before, a new rule to do a remote audit, to do all the input and feedback. And then the company started, the farm started to address this. And here you see the number of audits or certificates that have been issued in a remote phase. So you see that has been going up to March, 1 year later, and covering now here until December. We have continued some of those because we didn't do a COVID rule. We just did a rule for exception when you are not allowed or whatever can travel to that place. So there's a risk assessment. Here you see those numbers of certificates that are now valid. And if you look at overall, this is about 5% of all our certificates that were in this period done remotely. 5% of those. 1/3 of our 160 certification bodies engaged in this. They did additional training. They trained the auditors. And we were doing this in 116 countries worldwide with this type of remote approach. And we were covering altogether more than 9,000 farms that were benefiting from that remote experience. Classification of risks, this was already partly here. Well, there were some we cannot do at all. So there was a big consensus saying no initial remote audit, if not certify a farm fully remotely when there have never been anyone before, no auditor before. That was a clear no. Then we have high risk. So if there was the last 2 times of an audit, they had so many non-compliances, they were not really thinking that's a very safe place. So that way we said, no, we have to go there on site. No way to do that. And then we have some smaller, medium risk and lower risk. For low risk, you can just continue. One of the learnings is that Now, in the third year in a row, they wanted another remote audit in a low-risk environment. But here, I think our stakeholders said, no, I think it's time to have at least one person to be on the ground again. So so far the trust, as you see here. So what we do is then also we have a full rule set published by that we need, when is it to be done? And we have certain follow-up on-site inspections or audits. So in some places in medium and high risk, we wanted a full checklist shall be inspected by sometime later. These could be announced or unannounced. And then we would actually, what we did is we put the remote on a certificate. That was a mandatory, so you could see that, yes, this was a certificate done remotely. We wouldn't have usually done it, but there was, again, some organization that would have liked this, that they wanted this transparency. Now, for us, in summary, when looking at this virtual reality, here we have the pigs. We were talking about animal welfare to the left and not anymore on the right-hand side here. That's one of those reputational issues. Some people call remote that you are just a desk audit. Others say, hey, you're sitting somewhere on the beach. And that is, of course, attracting new auditors, as you would say, Stefan, for sure. Whether that increases the trust of certification and accreditation is the question. I think overall, it's a learning curve for us in history of farms, how to do this. What's the biggest learning? My person that's there for integrity, they said the biggest learning is, yes, it was always needed. We should have had it for a long time already. It was a needed place to do so. Secondly, I think what is key is that there is still this type of different senses. When you talk to farming, here, I think to have the boots on the ground is still for the people that want to feel confident. They would like to have the mud on their foot and their boots, just to make sure I was there. And to have, and many people want anyway, annual audits. Otherwise, if you have a 3-year audit only, that's such a long way to go. And you have particular in farming, every day weather changes, climate changes, etc. So build that trust. But we'll have some questions, I think, maybe, but so far data, and the more data we will have, the shorter will be the desk review, because that can be automized. And then I think the pure leftover will be really spot checks in terms of even virtual or physical. So I think if we can reduce that, even virtual and remote audit will become more attractive when you can really pinpoint, directly go to those places which are left from the risk perspective. Don't do the full audit, because that's tedious and long. Thank you very much, and I'm happy for more questions.
Thank you very much, Christian. Now let's hear from the retailer. Claire's presentation is looking at the technology Tesco have used to deploy a remote audit and visit program. Claire?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. I will talk to you about the Tesco experience for using remote auditing. And for those who aren't familiar, Tesco is a multinational retailer with over 345,000 employees. We're a market leader in the UK. You can see from this schematic that at Tesco, we have a second-party audit programme whereby we audit our suppliers and farms across the supply chain. We take a risk-based approach to verifying compliance to the Tesco standards from a product safety, quality, legality, and brand reputation perspective. We use a blend of approaches to evaluate our supply-based technical performance. By far the largest by time is having a physical presence within the supply base at those sites, auditing them and visiting them. We're also heavily reliant on data for ongoing evaluation, using key performance indicators and scorecards to measure compliance or performance. And this is an area of significant technological development in itself, with big data, linked platforms, dashboards, huge opportunity in predictive analytics. But today I'm going to focus on remote monitoring. And as a retailer, this was our biggest area of opportunity and probably the area we least utilized up until a few years ago. But we identified that the ideal scenario blends both remote and physical presence monitoring with ongoing data to manage risk in real time. In my observation during what I call the pandemic year, there became a spectrum of definitions pertaining to the phrase remote audit or desktop audit. There are many options for document sharing between auditor and auditee. These can be via secure cloud-based OneDrives or bespoke software, and there are some very good systems for sharing records and procedures about manufacturing products. So really a desktop audit delivered remotely. There are also good options for live streaming using advances like WhatsApp, Microsoft Teams. They're great for calls and meetings with the ability to record those calls or meetings. But how do you know that the photographs that are being taken are actually being taken at the factory you're auditing? And also then may not be taken in real time. But what about augmented reality technology and digital enhancements with mixed and virtual reality world? Is it really possible to replicate a physical presence audit remotely? Well, at Tesco, the use of augmented reality software is exactly what we've been doing. And we have replicated a physical presence audit. Prior to the pandemic, we were already investigating new ways of auditing to improve the efficiency of our programme. And the pandemic was really the catalyst for deploying the technology where we couldn't get to physically supplying sites. I'll come on and talk about the technology, but one of the key things that attracted us to this software was that you can use it on any mobile device. You do not need to purchase any hardware or share hardware, which during a pandemic was a real concern for us. So in March 2020, we were ready to start live trials and we launched a full-scale remote audit programme in the June of 2020. Now, initially, when we launched, a number of our suppliers were apprehensive to the approach. They had concerns around lack of infrastructure to support connectivity. They didn't understand what was meant by a remote audit. There were security and privacy concerns. But many of these concerns were driven by the simple fact that this was an unknown way of auditing. So we had to help mitigate these concerns. So the technology. The Tesco Remote Assurance app, powered by LibraStream Technologies, is the success behind our programme. And we believe make the Tesco programme distinct, and perhaps the immersive app in a factory allows us to support the end-to-end audit experience. There are three key elements which differentiate this app from the other tools that I've mentioned earlier: the user experience, the management of the app, and its security. In terms of user experience, you can see on the slide there just some of the functions that the app has. The auditor can take images, recordings, light, zoom. It can live translate in up to 40 different languages, a number of which can be operated simultaneously. So as a global retailer operating in 60 different countries, this was a real advantage to enable auditors, regardless of their language, to be able to audit in other languages. It has the ability to adjust broadband and move between a Wi-Fi and a mobile network, which enabled us to overcome connectivity concerns. It also has GPS location, so you can ensure the site you think you're auditing actually is the site you're auditing. It also enables live playback and screen sharing for document review, live telestration to draw and write on the screen. And there is also a secure cloud where the participants in the call can save the images and recordings taken. As a management team, we can actually monitor the activities of the users through a management platform. The application also offers reporting capabilities where we can analyze the data and better understand our auditor performance. And also, most importantly, prior to using the application, our internal technology and security teams at Tesco analysed the application to ensure it met with security requirements. This software is utilised by some of the most security-conscious companies in the world, in the utilities, military, defence and aerospace industries. We're going to play you a little video which shows a recording of some of these functions in action, and just give you a little flavor of how this app works. Thank you.
Today we'll be using the Remote Assurance app to conduct an inspection of a sardine supplier to Tesco, located in Morocco. I'm Toby, the auditor for Tesco, and I'm located outside of London. Using the Tesco Remote Assurance app, I remotely visit our supplier, Kareem, who's at the site in Morocco, to conduct the visit of the cannery for an upcoming shipment of sardines. Later, we will use Remote Assurance to remote in Silla, Kareem's supervisor located in Germany, to help us with the visit. The first thing we're going to do is add Kareem, our supplier at the plant in Morocco, to the call. Here, we are sending a guest invite to Kareem through the Remote Assurance app, allowing him to enter the call. Hello, Kareem. How are you today?
Hello, Toby. I'm fine, thanks. Let's get to work.
Kareem is online. We can hear each other well, so he turns on his video feed to show the facility and the process. As you can see, the poor internet connection is affecting the video quality. I instruct Kareem to switch his settings to low bandwidth mode, so videos and images can be taken and stored in high quality resolution. The Remote Assurance platform can take and store high resolution videos and photos in bandwidth as low as 30 kilobytes per second. Next, Kareem will be moving to a can packing section of the production line. We can see the lighting isn't ideal here, so I'm going to access the flashlight on Kareem's device. Then, I'm going to access the zoom feature of Kareem's device to get a better image of the cans and surrounding areas. I direct Kareem to hold his device while I snap the desired photo and upload it into the workspace for later reference and use. Here we are observing the fish cans coming off the line. Kareem picks up a can to inspect the data on the stamp, and I take a photo to record in the workspace. I notice a discrepancy in the batch code being stamped on the cans. We want to explore this potential problem. I'm going to use Remote Assurance's Telestration feature to highlight the issue that I have identified, so Kareem can easily locate where I see the problem. Kareem explains that he is unsure why the batch code is different from what was expected. He recommends we call the remote visit supervisor Silla. Bringing Silla onto the call is just as easy as it was to call Kareem. The challenge is that Silla, who's located in Germany, speaks German and I only speak English. But with Remote Assurance, that's not a problem, since the app can translate more than 40 languages in real-time conversation. With Silla on the call, she turns on her translator.
Sicher, verstehst du mich?
Yes, I understand you perfectly. We have a question about the batch code. Was there an update to the code?
Ich hatte ein Meeting am Freitag und bestätige, dass es ein Update gab.
You can see in the translation that Silla has confirmed the update and we're all set. Mystery solved. At this point, we've concluded our site visit and are going to sign off. But before we do, we're going to show you one of the most important features of Remote Assurance, and that's how you can add additional data, keywords, and information to images and videos and upload them into the workspace, where they can be accessed later for sign-off, training, reference, or auditing. Here I open images and videos and add relevant keywords, data, and descriptions to the files. We will also run optical character recognition, which will help future auditors, supervisors, and trainers more easily find and identify this and similar content. Lastly, we will upload the files into a highly secure, GDPR-compliant content workspace for use in the future. And now, a complete record of the visit we conducted today has become organizational knowledge for Tesco with the push of a button. Remote Assurance's augmented reality and artificial intelligence capabilities allow Tesco colleagues, auditors, and suppliers to conduct remote site visits and audits in an efficient way without sacrificing the quality that Tesco is committed to delivering to its customers. The app enables more efficient use of time and resources, as well as reduction in carbon footprint. Highly secure and simple to use on any mobile device, Remote Assurance enables Tesco to collaborate on a global scale with its suppliers. Remote Assurance puts an organization's collective knowledge to work for good.
So if you could just go back to the slides, please. Thank you. So we have used this technology in over 60 different countries. It's an app that's free to download for our suppliers. We've conducted over 25,000 calls since our initial trial, over 2,000 remote audits. And in 2021, approximately 30% of our audit program were conducted remotely. Our teams have used this technology not only for auditing, but for first productions, product reviews, investigations, site visits, hygiene inspections, and a number of other as listed on the screen there. And you can imagine the benefits we've gained with reduced travel, supporting our sustainability goals, time saving, cost saving, and improved efficiency. So did remote audit work? Well, using the technology, we were able to replicate our usual 2-day physical presence audits in a remote fashion. We did a lot of non-conformance and grade analysis to compare the experiences. And the overall data showed very little difference in grade ratings between remote and physical audits, demonstrating the full spectrum of grades were awarded in both program types, and that remote gave us a close like-for-like audit experience. The non-conformances did vary slightly. We did see a few more documentation type non-conformances with remote. And there are, of course, some limitations that have been mentioned today, such as not gaining the full sensory peripheral experience as if you're in person. However, as suppliers became more familiar with the application, they became more reassured and onboarded the idea of remote technology in a way of verifying compliance. So we've taken the learnings from the past 2 to 3 years, which we will use to help shape the future strategy of our programme. In 2020, we stretched the elastic of our industry. And when we let go of the elastic, the industry will not revert to its original shape. Remote technology is part of the future of auditing. Physical presence verification of compliance will never be fully replaced, and we will physically audit where we are safe and able to do so. However, technology is becoming more common practice. And so our journey has to date lied in digitizing in remote form what we've previously done in physical form. But there are technologies already present in our industry. And across manufacturing, we expect these to become more commonplace in the future. We just need to understand and appreciate their potential. And I've listed just on the right-hand side there some of the technologies that we are aware of, we are working with, we are looking into. And in the interest of time, I won't talk through each of them, but it's important to recognise that they are part of the future and that blended approach is here. The onset of COVID, as I said, acted as a catalyst to highlight the urgent requirement for technology to verify product safety, quality, legality, and have confidence within supply chains. We're embracing and adapting a more strategic approach, and we will use remote technology and its expansion across the industry, and we'll support those investing in connectivity. There are many still apprehensive of remote technology. However, we were able to implement a successful remote audit program. The benefits can be seen, and it enabled us to continue our due diligence approach. Not just in the audit industry, remote has a place in its broader due diligence framework. We can help equip the auditing industry with knowledge and skill set and share learnings. We see a place for remote technology for training, particularly where we have a global business. And now we have a tool to be able to globally train. New generations entering the workforce are of an age where technology is normal, and using technology can attract younger talent into our industry. And we ask that you support a blended approach using physical presence, but also remote where it's right to do so. But we do need international guidance to avoid diverging approaches, inconsistencies in the language used. And we do need a new glossary applied to this new world so we can understand that not all remote audits are the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Another very exciting experience. So now we'll hear from Andrew and her experience in Korea, especially with conducting remote audits. Andrew?
Good afternoon.
It is a pleasure for me to have a chance to hear from other countries' data-driven innovation in food safety. Korea is well known for its high-tech environment. Our ministry is using digital information in many areas of our work. Other than electronic certificates and the remote audit, digital inspection system has established this, so precise import declaration has become enabled 24/7. We are considering to start a smart label, which provides the product information in a QR code. Smart label will be also be linked with our liquor system, so consumers can also find the liquor information of the product. And today, I would like to share our remote audit practice with you. The safety of imported food product in Korea has been controlled in 3 stages, which cover from the production stage, the customs stage to the distribution stage. The remote inspection is used both for inspecting foreign food facility in production stage and for inspecting importing companies in distribution stage. The COVID-19 pandemic has stopped all physical inspection activities for not only foreign facility, but also domestic ones. However, as we can't put our pause in our work to ensure the safety of food imports, we decided to start a remote audit. And I think COVID-19 is a trigger for a remote audit in other countries as well. Before we fully implement a remote audit, we had to be prepared in some points. To secure the effectiveness of document inspection, we conducted a pilot program. And for a better understanding of food business operators, we created a comprehensive guideline with descriptions and illustrations. To conduct a video inspection, we checked upload and download speeds in 175 countries, and we found that the internet speed of most countries are fast enough to carry out the video inspection. In addition, we researched the ICT environment and the tools of some exporting countries for video inspection, virtual meeting infrastructure, and the type of equipment that can be used for inspection. We also studied remote audit cases of other countries and prepare legal grounds and specific procedure for remote audit. 3 years have passed since we have started remote auditing. In 2020, as mentioned earlier, we did a follow program for a remote audit. And in 2021, we prepared legal grounds in the Special Act for Imported Food Safety Control, which enabled us to fully implement this method. And this year, we are carrying out both a remote audit and an on-site audit. Starting from earlier this year, an on-site audit has resumed mainly on the facilities in the countries lifting quarantine and extended to the countries alleviating quarantine measures. Remote audit is applied to the countries where quarantine measures are still in place or the facilities where the safety control can be fully assessed with remote audit method. All foreign manufacturing facilities and foreign establishments are subjected to either an on-site audit or a remote audit. And the types of the products are open. A remote audit is using 2 methods, document inspection and video inspection. A remote audit goes as follows: planning, document inspection, video inspection, and result and follow measures. At the planning step, we select the target facilities or establishment and arrange a schedule with them. At the document inspection step, we assess the documents submitted by the facility or establishment in advance. If necessary, we may ask for supplementary documents. These documents are essential for our successful video inspection. Next is video inspection. Before and after the inspection, we have a start meeting and exit meeting. During the start meeting, we discussed purpose of remote audit, facilities or establishment information, product information, inspection method, and inspection point via video conferencing program. Video inspection is supported by the agent, and I'll give you detail on this later. After completing video inspection, we have exit meeting online and impose follow measures based on the audit result. For a smooth video inspection, we conclude a contract with people we called the agent. They were visual equipment to send real-time images over the facility and offers interpreting service. The agent received training in how to conduct a video inspection and any precautions before doing inspection. Their task is to support Korean inspectors by visiting the facility in advance and checking the facility's internet connection. So sometimes the agent detects possible technical issue if the facility is not used to getting the remote audit. The agent wears smart glasses being accompanied with the person in charge of the facilities. Korean inspectors can interact with and inspect the facility in real time with the support of the agent. In this way, the inspectors are able to see anywhere they want to see for the inspection. Food business operators can submit their documents for a remote audit to our system. This system is called Imported Food Management System. Food business operators sign into the site with previously given ID and password. The submitted documents are stored in the system. This enables us to have more efficiency and convenience in filing the documents and the assurance of document security. Inspectors also can sign into the site with given ID and password to input their comments and supporting materials for each inspection item after a remote audit. These documents are stored in the system and can be printed out as a form of a report if necessary. When inspectors conduct an on-site audit, they can input the audit result while they are staying in the exporting country, as all of this process can be done electronically. It also helps reducing carbon emission. We use smart glasses and action camera during video inspection. And according to the security policy of remote audit, we use the meeting platform with the end-to-end encryption technology, such as Cisco WebEx. Smart glasses used for video inspection run on the customized platform called iSpeed. I think other countries share the common challenges in remote auditing. Challenges are connectivity issue in an enclosed area, lack of the auditor's understanding ICT, high depends on what a person holding the camera shows, limited first-hand observation, and the reluctance of the auditee for security reasons. And we work to address some of these challenges as follows. We use a video recording when the internet connection gets unstable in an enclosed area. And when the auditee don't fully understand how to use ICT, the agent makes a visit in advance to check whether the auditee is prepared in terms of ICT. And as we get support from the agent, the inspector no longer need to depend solely on the images that the auditee showed. This way, Korean inspectors can also get the information regarding sensors like touch and smell. If the auditees are reluctant to video audit for security reasons, we give them assurance with the fact that all information of their operation shall be protected according to the Korean laws. Since it was difficult to travel overseas countries due to the pandemic, we decided to use a remote audit in place of on-site inspection. However, now we found the remote audit method should be utilized as one of the assessment tools. And in order to optimize the effectiveness, We should select the facilities or establishment suitable for a remote audit. For example, foreign food facilities manufacturing low-risk products. Also, for a better outcome, we should provide training specific to the ICT utilization to the inspector Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for sharing your experience. So before we give the floor to the audience in the room, but also online, start preparing your question because we have still 50 minutes to spend together. I'll maybe start by asking myself one or two questions to our speakers, and maybe I'll start with you, Andrew. This morning, when we prepare for the meeting, we discussed about the smart glasses. So what benefits do you see in using smart glasses?
I know that most countries use action cam for streaming the image in real time for the audit. I think any devices are okay, but by using smart glasses, we can check and see the site from a person's point of view wearing the glasses. And it make the audit in Korea see the site more naturally, and it also is to move.
Thank you very much. You mentioned also the connectivity issues. Can you tell us a little bit more?
As the internet connection often fail in an enclosed environment, both smart glasses and action cam have difficulty in getting a smooth real-time video streaming. So when we audit in a closed facility like a freezer, we record the site with the consent of the food business operator. And in countries with slow internet speed, often the lunch time is the peak time for internet traffic. So we avoid this time period for the audit.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe my next round of question will be for you, Claire. It was very interesting presentation from Tesco. I believe it was quite a challenge to implement your remote assurance program. So can you tell us a little bit more about how did you bring this new tool on board?
The technology was the easy part. It was changing people's mindset to take on the idea of remote auditing. That was the difficult bit, I would suggest. The software was purchased by Tesco and the app is available free of charge for our suppliers to download. And it's very self-intuitive to use, a few simple instructions and you can use it. But as I mentioned, there was resistance to change. There was kind of fear of the unknown. It was skeptical whether it could work. But I'm part of a very innovative leadership team who trusted me and trusted the trial results to take on the risk of remote auditing. Our suppliers needed a little bit more of an explanation though. We had lots of conversations, we created guidance material, we created training material, we conducted test calls, explaining the end-to-end process and providing details around the security measures and the privacy controls. So it was lots of reassurance and answering questions. And then, yeah, generally got off the ground quite well.
Thank you very much. In terms of training, what kind of training did you provide to your supplier? Because I guess I can imagine some pushback or, you know, I mean, it's new tools, so not everyone is happy with it.
So there were two audiences to train, our auditors and our suppliers. And I think I've mentioned already from a supplier perspective, it was about reassuring them that the auditor would take control of the mobile device and it would be fairly straightforward to use. For the auditor, it was showing them how all the functionality worked. And after a half an hour playing with the app and then calling each other and actually using the app in a live setting, they were able to very quickly start utilizing the technology. Some of our auditors were also skeptical, I should admit. One of our auditors in particular did not think he could conduct an audit remotely. How could that be possible? How can I see a whole factory on my laptop? So what he did was he plugged his laptop into a 60-inch television screen and he used high definition stereo surround speakers
and was very quickly converted that he could see right in the factory in the far distance using this big television screen. And he was very much a converted remote auditor after that experience. So we had lots of interesting turnarounds of opinion when people actually had a go. And the auditor can explain to the supplier during a call where to place the mobile device, but really no advanced training was needed for the supplier. They just had to follow the instruction of the auditor, really. But we do perform a test call before a remote audit, just to make sure people feel comfortable and confident. But it's very quick for people to get up and running with the software.
Okay, thank you very much. Christian, transparency in the supply chain is, of course, very important. What do you think are the main challenges to improve it?
Yeah, I think good that you asked, because we focus on remote auditing, but like standards, multiple standards and certification doesn't go away. It's not a solution to reduce duplication if you do it. It's just putting another layer on it. So interoperability of technology, we heard already, isn't going away. So I think it's the biggest challenge here also is how we deal with this. Do we have the standards? Claire already said we need support. We heard it several times, certain standard of interoperability, but also how to reuse data of audits. I mean, checklists you can copy and may have the same question from a different standard owner when you're a different auditor. But what you do with those evidence and tracks. So I think we'll have to design an environment, or you want to reuse for public recognition some of the remote audit results and evidence for the public sector, for the government, for food safety. That has quite a challenge, and I think we'll need to overcome that. I don't have the answer yet, otherwise maybe I would have a new business.
And what's the future to beyond certification?
Yeah, it's very similar. I mean, this is people say, well, that it's like we leave certification like audits. We go beyond certification. We only have data. We have a live stream camera. Then we don't need to send one anymore. I think we still believe there is a future of the certification. There's still a decision to be made. Take the risks into account. Build a compliance model, and then make whatever level of information you collect, the decision, pass or fail, for delivery, for access, for certificate. So I think we'll have to rethink a bit, another layer in it, and think whether we do this, more blended, but it will still be at one point a decision on whether there is a status of whoever is being inspected.
Thank you very much. Now I turn to you, Peter. I think you explained very well how you prepare, how you run the audit, remote audit, but I wonder what were the main challenges you had to face?
Thank you. So I think during the execution of a remote audit, the main challenge came when we went to the farms, and some of the farms were located in the remote areas. So we had a challenge of unstable internet connectivity, okay, which actually disrupted the interviewing and also communications. Also, the other area was we were taking videos, images, and we were using our mobile phones. So the quality of those videos and images were not very clear, and we were forced most of times to repeat, again and send, the auditor to ensure that he sees what he wanted to see. So I think those were actually the two main challenges that we faced during the audit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Christina, you've stated that performing a total or partial remote audit is not just ticking a box. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, and I thank you very much for the question, because I like to insist on this, because being a certification body, you may think, oh, they just decided to go remote because it's so much easier, and that's what they do. And that's not the fact. There is many rules, and most of them from the International Accreditation Forum, because this is not new. We used to do it before, we just normally didn't do it. So there is several rules, and some of them were put for the food safety specifically, saying before we decided to go remotely, blended 100% on site, what do we need to assess? So we need to assess risk, in terms of can we make it, can we not make it? And we also need to assess how we're going to keep our audit objectives. Can we make it or not? And there is important rules saying, and I think if something goes wrong, because it can go wrong, and we are going to take a decision, we might say, okay, we abort remote auditing. This cannot go on and we have to go on site. It might happen. So I just want to, because I said, okay, was bad. One thing, it was during COVID, it was a extreme situation. We could not even, if we wanted to go outside, we could not. But I think it's a way of doing things in the future. But I want to reassure that there is a preparation, and this preparation is not so easy. I think it even takes more time to prepare to go on site or not. And then I also want to share, because I think we are moving on the right direction, is that the International Accreditation Forum just decided that no longer remote auditing was a task force. They will become a working group. So meaning that they also believe that this is something that we need to elaborate more rules on. So I think, okay, again, maybe it's me, this is the future, but I wanted to make sure that you understand that we just don't decide that, oh, 100% remote and we don't see it. And by the way, when it's new certification, it's clear rules. No way. And apart from, let's say, the international rules, we also have the different scheme owners. In some cases, there is like no go. So there is no point of even discussion. In some others, we assess the risk, and then we decided what's the percentage that we can do, let's say, remotely. Thank you.
Okay, you have really insisted on the positive aspects. Can you tell us maybe on the less positive aspects?
Well, because I really like the positive, but the less positive ones is that we said, yeah, the auditor is not going to travel. Yeah, but as I said, then we do really strange auditing times. And it's really, really tiring for an auditor and also for the auditees to be on this remote relation. There is not really time for a coffee, that we cannot just like breathe. So what I think is that there must be that we have smaller times of audit. It's not like the 8 hours that we used to go there because there is lunch. So there is a need to understand that it's nice, it's done remotely, but probably in shorter times, we have to give everyone time to understand. And also, one of the, let's say, worst thing for the companies, I think it requires, also for the auditor, but for the companies, it requires a very good preparation, probably even harder than before. You have, as you said, you have to scan all your documents. So it's important that all documents are there. It's important that it's easy to take, because sometimes when we just like, okay, you talk with my colleague, I'll go to pick remotely. Either we have prepared and rehearsed it, either I think it's a bit difficult. So I think it gets more preparation, but okay, still feasible, but it's more, and it's also very tiring for both parts.
Okay, thank you very much. So now let's engage with the audience in the room and online. I think you are collecting some questions from our online participants. So maybe let's take a few questions from the floor. If you raise your hand, please, can you mention your name and the organization you work for? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mariam Eid. I am from Lebanon. I work for the Ministry of Agriculture, Agro-Industry Department. Our main task is to inspect the food industry for food safety. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organization of this meeting, which meet the need of member countries. My question is the following, but really I don't know who should answer this question anyway. Yesterday we discussed about the VTPA, and today about the remote audit or remote inspection. Do you think this remote inspection will be allowed as a tool to implement under the implementation of VTPA? Or there is a conflict between the two concepts, or this is two different concepts, so we can choose one of them? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. So who would like to answer that?
Maybe I will. So maybe I'll pick it. Thank you. So because we're talking about certification, reason why I picked it. So as long it is a certification, in my point of view, it is accepted. They have a certificate. It is an accredited certificate. The only thing is that we have rules of the percentage of we can and what we cannot do remote. So as long as it's recognized and is accredited, I don't see no reason for not being accepted as a normal certification. So there is no difference. We have the same objectives. And this is what we keep saying. And with all these rules, we have to ensure that we have and we achieve the same audit objectives. So once it is decided it's certified, there is no questions about it. I don't know, Christian, do you want to complete about certification?
No, I think it's all about, it's part of it. It's part of the rule set. And I think it has to resonate as well in the training and understanding, so that in that area of recognition of voluntary third-party assessments, that this can be and is part of it. So I think as long as we have the transparent rules, is as much as saying how long should an audit take place, or what's the qualification of the auditor, then what's the technology to be used, and the privacy issues to look at. So it's just one more chapter.
Thank you. Anyone else? From Senegal, yeah, please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Moi, je me présente tard, hein. On a pris la parole quand même à plusieurs reprises. Je m'appelle Abdoulaye Ndiaye, je suis donc de l'ONPV, donc l'Organisation nationale de protection des végétaux. Donc, on a suivi avec beaucoup d'intérêt les présentations d'aujourd'hui, donc surtout en matière d'audit, d'inspection, de certification à distance. C'est vrai que c'est des opportunités qu'on doit saisir, mais je pense qu'il fallait aussi beaucoup insister sur les limites de ces audits à distance. Parce qu'en réalité, tant qu'il s'agit des procédures en fait documentaires, évidemment, ça peut passer, mais si on se rapproche des procédures opérationnelles, moi, je vois que l'audit à distance a ses limites objectives qu'il ne faudra quand même pas perdre de vue, parce qu'on a beaucoup insisté effectivement sur les bienfaits de cet audit en omettant un peu ses limites objectives. Parce qu'en réalité, pour les procédures opérationnelles, tant que, disons, l'audit physique n'est pas effectué, il peut toujours avoir des biais. Ça, il faut le dire. De la tromperie, même quelquefois, hein, pour juste avoir une bonne catégorisation, certaines entreprises peuvent ne pas donner les bonnes informations. Et là, moi, je pense que l'audit physique, quand même, en tout cas, difficilement que l'audit à distance pourrait remplacer l'audit physique, en réalité. Il s'agit des questions de sécurité sanitaire des aliments. Moi, je pense qu'il faut bien s'appesantir également sur les limites de ce mode de travail. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. Merci beaucoup. So who wants to speak about the limit of remote audit and how to avoid bias?
Thank you for your question. I think if you go back to the schematic drawing I showed at the beginning of my presentation, it had physical, it had data, and it had remote. I don't see one replacing the other. I see them working together hand in hand. There is a place for physical, it doesn't go away. There is a place for remote, it doesn't go away. There is a place for data, and we measure real-time risk by bringing all of those three things together. We have to find the right way of bringing those three things together and getting the balance right between the three. I think the difficulty at the moment is we're all using a different language, and I don't mean languages that we're speaking. I mean, today I've heard the word remote described as hybrid, partial, combination, desktop. And then we've got a new language arising for physical. We've got on-site, we've got physical, we've got non-remote. We have a new vocabulary that is evolving, and we're all using this vocabulary in a different way. And I think one of the things we need to do is sort out the vocabulary so that we can communicate to each other, just like we're using these things. We need one of these for describing how remote works. So I don't see the limitations of remote. I see the opportunities of remote combined with the opportunities of physical, combined with the opportunities of data and bringing everything together.
Anyone else want to add? Senegal again? Go ahead.
Oui, bonsoir. Merci hein, pour les présentations. Nous avons bien suivi avec intérêt les présentations, surtout cet audit à distance. Alors, moi, j'ai une préoccupation, une question que je vais adresser aux panélistes. Je voudrais savoir quelle est la perception que les organismes qui vous ont accrédité, ou les organismes évaluateurs de conformité, par rapport à cet audit à distance. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So who wants to answer this? Panel?
I will take it. We have been also audit remotely. So accredited bodies have remotely auditors as well. So they also came on site, but during COVID, they have remotely audit the same way. The only difference is we don't have a factory. That's the main difference. We are most of us on the office, but they also use remote audits. So it is accepted. They also do it, and they also do it between themselves. So the report I told you about, it was not only about certification audits, was about assessments, was about inspections. So all of them do it. So it is accepted. Again, I keep saying this, but according to the rules. So we have specific rules of how much you can do or not remotely, according with what are you auditing. That is accepted.
And acceptance grows over time when we do it right. We all know it when we do Teams or Zoom calls. It's more accepted to have a quick call and can replace some of our otherwise physical meetings. So I think it's a learning curve, but we have to instantly use feedback and improve it. So it's something new. So we have to have a feedback culture to learn from it so we can improve it. And that's why the testing before is important and build this.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for presenters. My name is Paul Abwide from Uganda. And mine is going to Christian Mola. In your presentation, one of the slides, you indicated that you even had to go ahead and put a certification mark indicating that it has been remotely inspected. I would like to have two questions. One, was there additional information on that mark beyond indicating the certification that you have been remotely inspected? And then two, what was the feedback of the retailers and the consumers to those products that were remotely certified? Did you receive any feedback on that? Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. The certificates are so far business to business, so there wasn't any consumer exposure to it, first of all. Secondly, it was not necessarily our choice. I think our main stakeholders, they said, we'll set up the rules, we believe in this, and Global GAP, you do it right, and with the accredited certifiers, it can work. There was one particular group of buyers, they said, I would like to see it just to have it under a bit more transparency. That's why we put it in there. It was the general understanding is we follow rules that are transparent, and it's not less integrity. However, I said earlier, we are currently conducting, now the data comes in, we're starting to do some big data analytics. So can we see from the result of an audit whether that was done remote or not? That's what we're now doing now after having that many audits. I'm excited to see what this is the outcome in the end.
Okay, thank you. So let's take maybe a question from the, but maybe let's take one question from the the audience online. So the question is, what does the growth of remote auditing means for the future of unannounced audits? So we would like to address this question.
So I start. So it's like, I think, two things which probably for the ones that are not on the certification business all the time is a bit difficult. So one thing is to do remote audits. We have programs now which are also being specified by some stakeholders that we have to do unannounced certification audits. So what this means is that at least, depending on the specifier, at least we have to visit the companies once every 3 years unannounced. More or less, there is a time window, but we have to do it unannounced. So just to give you a little bit of the context. So it does not change much because we also have some rules that we can do unannounced audits remotely. So there is some specific rules, not 100% again, but we can start partially remotely. The only difference is, of course, we have to check the ICT. So some hours before we make sure that we can connect, that we can invite them on board, and that is going to work. But it does not change much. It will be two different concepts, so lots of rules to put together for us, but it's possible to do unannounced audits, let's say remotely, partial remotely, blended. But Christian, I'm not sure if...
Very well.
Okay, I think we have, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the really fabulous presentations. It's been excellent. I have a simple question. Yesterday we talked about the regulators assessing the integrity and credibility of BTPA programs and how that builds trust in the issuing of certificates. So during the remote audits, did you indeed withdraw, withhold, or remove certificates? And I realize that wouldn't be the case for Tesco because it's second party, but did that happen? And did you do any comparative analysis to see the before and after, the differences between a physical and a remote approach audit? Thank you.
Great question. Who's taking it?
I can take the question, but not in relation to certification because we operate a second party program. But the equivalent in a second party program would be the removal of approval to supply a retailer. And we did that with remote. So we had the whole spectrum of grades right the way through from our highest grade that we can award to removal of approval. So I think we had the whole spectrum in terms of our program. I would imagine in a certification world, the equivalent should also be true, but I'll let one of my colleagues on the certification program answer to that.
First of all, often it is to have some corrective actions to resolve. So it's not just immediately a removal of a certificate, that you really find a major critical incident that is fraud involved, etc. Secondly, you saw in our risk assessments that these are audits have basically, the remote ones are already in the very low risk repeated ones. So the probability to really find some really bad examples that would immediately say you withdraw, you lose the trust in the certificate holder was little. Maybe there are a few, I have to get back to you on this, whether that had happened in that sense, but it is a valid question. At least it is safer in some regions for the auditor when you almost are at a point you find something that could lead to a withdrawal of a certificate, because then he has no physical danger to be thrown off the site. So that's maybe another aspect you should not disregard, not a government auditor, but in private sector, it could happen.
You, the gentleman from Chile, por favor.
Álvaro Díaz, del Servicio Agrícola Ganadero del Ministerio de Agricultura.
Tengo dos preguntas. Una, estoy de acuerdo con Cristian en relación a que los productores, los establecimientos, ya sean los operadores, se clasifican en un criterio de elegibilidad para poder saber si se debe hacer o no una auditoría remota, basada en riesgo. En base a eso, nosotros como gobierno hemos establecido que los mercados que no tienen un reconocimiento sanitario o que no tienen abierto un mercado y además que no tienen un flujo comercial con nosotros, no realizar auditorías remotas, sino solamente realizar auditorías in situ. Este también, bueno, va dirigida a los panelistas esta pregunta, sino una pregunta abierta a los participantes, a las autoridades competentes. Y mi segunda pregunta es a la señorita o la señora Choi respecto a las auditorías remotas que realiza en toda la cadena productiva. Ella habló que se realizan a nivel de los terceros países, también a nivel de los controles fronterizos y en la etapa de distribución. Entonces quisiera saber si hay diferencias en cuanto a la aplicabilidad e implementación de las auditorías remotas en los controles fronterizos y en la misma centro de distribución. Nosotros también lo hemos aplicado controles de inspección remota previo a la certificación. Entonces, quisiera saber su experiencia respecto a eso. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias indeed. Who is taking the first question? Who would like to take it?
If you don't mind, I think my colleague can interpret to what I say. 저희 한국은 전 세계를 대상으로 현지 실사 또는 비대면 조사를 하고 있고, 그리고 이제 그 위에도 또는 많이 수입되는 양 여러 가지 상황을 고려해서 현지 실사와 비대면 조사할 거를 구분하고 있습니다. 그리고 이 대상은 전 세계에 다 해당되고 원래도 유럽, 미주, 아시아 각 나라 여러 나라가 원래 적용됐습니다.
Korea carries out remote audit towards every trading partners around the world. So we decided the target based on the risk. And as mentioned, the targets are all our trading partners.
실사를 할 때 그 국경 간에 다루어지는지 이 원격 실사를 좀 원활하게 하기 위해서 지금 어제부터 오늘 하루 종일 이제 현장에 그 원활하지 않다는 게 가장 큰 문제였는데 저희도 그 현지 실사하고 이 비대면 오디시 완전히 이 효과성이 똑같다고는 생각하지는 않습니다. 그렇지만 어쩔 수 없는 대안이었고 이용을 해보니까 비대면 조사도 어느 정도의 효과가 있다는 게 확인됐기 때문에 이 선정해야 되는 대상을 비대면 조사에 맞는 거를 잘 선정해서 하는 게 이 우리가 하고자 하는 비대면 조사의 그 효과성을 제일 높이는 것이라고 생각합니다.
So in order to facilitate the remote audit method, we don't believe that there is no other substitute to replace the on-site audit. However, the remote audit can be witnessed, can be as used as a method, as an effective tool to replace, in part, the physical inspection. So we are seeing the efficiency of remote audit these days.
Just to make sure I understood the question correctly, but the risk assessment we conducted, we have it publicly on our rules. It's first is we just don't do this just for cost or easiness. So there need to be evidence that it is impossible or very difficult or risky to actually do an on-site assessment. Let's say a country has no free movement. And when that is the case, then we add these additional layers, and these layers are only related to the history of and the type of production of the individual site or the company that is being audited. So has that had that good track record to allow this? So we're very cautious on this. Of course, you still saw that 5% of these certificates were done remotely, but it is the combination. Is it allowed to move or not in the country? If it's possible to go there. We had recently someone said, oh yeah, we have so much cost in banana industry now, it's no money for the bananas, low price. We want to reduce the cost of auditing. Can you just do remote? That wasn't possible. It was a good try, but of course it wasn't. But if there is no way to move there, whatever reason, then yes, the other factors come in. Maybe you can otherwise repeat if I didn't really catch the right question.
Sí, me queda claro. Voy a revisar también esas evaluaciones públicas para en profundidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
One is an addition. We in Dubai use remote inspections, virtual inspections as we call it, to follow up actions. So when we find a violation during a routine inspection, we notify the business, and then when they take an action, they call back and tell us that we did an action, and inspectors use a remote techniques to verify whether that action has been taken. So that reduces inspections a lot, and also it increases the trust on the action. So it's so easy to connect. Otherwise, sometimes it's just a loop that goes forever until the next inspection, which can happen like 3 months or later. Now, my question to Kristen and Claire is, with the addition of IoTs, and you mentioned big data there, big data analytics and AI coming in, how much do you see the big data analytics tool being used for sensing data? And do you see a future where audits will not happen at all in some aspects with precision agriculture, and also with stores increasingly getting monitored, like temperature monitoring devices getting into IoTs and so on? Do you also see a lot of the burden getting reduced in audits, or maybe completely eliminated in the near future?
So polite, letting me go first. Thank you. I think there is a long way to go, but I think that is the direction of travel. There is obviously, there are a lot of technology companies out there at the moment who are very keen for us to purchase and investigate all sorts of different technologies with regards to big data. But going back to my schematic, data is the bubble that's growing in that hybrid document that I showed. And I do think it is the direction that we're going, definitely. It doesn't mean to say any one of those three are going to disappear, but it's definitely growing, and it's definitely the direction of travel, I would say. Yeah.
I would add that we now would have a chance to add a fourth bubble there, which is training and education. Because in the current accredited certification world, the auditor cannot tell how it's right. But if you have sensors, so the data isn't being frauded, you just have to look for fraud, maybe the sensor sits not on the right place, then you could actually help them to improve. So there would be a new element, maybe not in the IAF accreditation world for sure, but when it comes second party or non-accredited areas, particular smaller farms, smallholder farms, that's my area where we are quite intensive. It's much better to have a good advisor to tell it right and trust them than always have another police woman or man coming to do that and check it, right? So we misuse a lot of human resource by doing them the super auditor instead of really being a passionate teacher and trainer for the right behavior change we want. So data will help us. Remote will also help us. Maybe that the auditor sits far away, yes, and then the trainer comes and at the same time can do some improvement. So these are new things we'll definitely look at.
I think so thanks, Christian, and thanks, Claire. I think there's a lot of information that the auditor already has before they go. That's really helping them to change the way they approach the audit, right? So I think that's what we capitalize on. So increased saving of time would mean better focus on what you could deliver back. And also, I think there's an opportunity for business to business or within the business, use of data, because when you have a third-party auditor coming in, you might have some, reservation about what data is made available. But if your business is doing an internal audit for your branches or, from the corporate, I think that's where these utilities can substantially increase the value. And thanks for those experiences. It's really amazing. And I think we as governments should also adopt more and more of these technologies like what Korea has done. And, as more users come in, cost will go down and more adoption will happen, I think. Just an opinion.
May I just, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add to your point. What we've talked about today is a lot about how we're going to audit, right? Remote, physical. What we've not really talked about is what we're going to do when we get there. So a lot of data can help us drive a more risk-based approach, a more targeted approach. So rather than the traditional, 2-day audit where you cover everything, actually it may be a 1-day audit where you're targeting certain topics that have been deemed high risk, that your data is telling you are the most risky areas. So I think it's important that we look at both what we're doing and how we're doing it together, and not just look at the mode of delivery.
That was not funny because you took exactly what I wanted to say. So, but what I also wanted, and again, maybe a little bit of advancing on what we will do in the future, but we always think certification, every year. Every year, some of them, every 6 months, every year. So maybe all this data can help to do a risk assessment, and we really decide where we're going and in when. Because I don't know, maybe it was much before I was doing this, but somebody decided that we visit the companies once every year. But maybe this also, with the data, we can change and go where we need to go more often. And the other ones that we probably need to visit less, that we just visited last time. So, thank you.
Okay, maybe we have time for a last question. So please, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the floor. My name is Stella Mbawazi from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in Uganda. And I just wish to inquire that when you look at the remote audits, the different presentations that have been put up today, very amazing. As Uganda, we haven't really gone through that. But then I'm thinking that remote audit is now presenting an opportunity to build consensual and of course harmonized systems which can help in data management by both the CAs, FBOs, as well as the third-party auditors. I don't know whether this has been explored. So if you can maybe think about it and then you can give feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told we can take a last question, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself, as this is the first time I'm taking the floor. I'm Chef Tijan Longo, and I'm the acting head of the Food Security Unit within the African Union Development Agency. So, of course, my interest goes to the continent of Africa. And I think, Claire, you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that you are covering other 60 countries in the world. So my question goes toward that in how many countries are you covering within the continent, if you have the exact details. And then the other point I wanted to highlight is the importance of something that Christian, I think, raised, the capacity building. And I think that is something that is really key, at least talking about Africa. Thank you. This is just what I wanted to share.
You've got me quickly adding up in my head. I can think of at least 8 countries in Africa. There might be more, but very quickly off the top of my head, definitely north, west, south, maybe 1 in the east, but I can think of 8.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Maybe let's give a round of applause to our speakers. It's very nice to see that we are as many as when we started, so I think it's a good signal. Maybe I'll keep in mind the need for a global glossary related to remote audit. I think it makes sense to maybe have a better understanding of what we're talking about. So I don't know who will take care of that, but maybe some Unido. So once again, thank you very much. I guess we'll give the floor to Elias.
So thank you very much for this amazing discussion. We really appreciated the speaker for providing these unique insights. And we hope that the online participants have also enjoyed these discussions. So this is the end of day 2, and we will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. For our participants in person, you're gladly invited tomorrow at 9 a.m. to a morning coffee in front of the conference room. And I would like to also mention that we have a small side event next to the conference room animated by Mr. Nima Bahramalien, Industrial Development Expert of UNIDO, and he will present a standard compliance analytic tool. So I wish you all a restful evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.